That seemed too easy. Let's see this. Alright guys, I'm trying a new software today. And I'm trying to see if this is actually streaming. I'm using a brand new software. And I guess it is streaming. I guess it is streaming. Hold on here. Random BS. Alright. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Yes, optimize for latency. Alright. Don't worry as I set up the room. Welcome everybody in the chat room. Welcome everybody in the chat room. It's gonna be a quick show, so let's knock it out. Tim Sykes, trading. Pretty good day overall on the market today. You know, pretty good day all around. What's going on, Shamaka? Or I don't know why I keep pronouncing the A. I don't know. I know I'm not supposed to. Said I have an echo? Do I have an echo? I have an echo? Okay. Alright, I have an echo. So where's the echo coming from? What's his name told me about this OBS. So I'm using it. Hold on. Video capture device. Mix audio. Desktop audio. Alright, so let me figure this out. Oh God. Fucking bullshit. Alright, is this better or no? Is this better? So it sounds like 7.1 surround sound. Does this work? Okay, alright, cool. Shout out to Travie. Hey Travie, can you post up, and welcome back into the room, can you post up that Pirate Bay link again? After hours yesterday, we were in the chat room for a little bit longer, and Travie posted up a Pirate Bay link. Or no, it was a Kick-Ass Torrents. I think it was a Kick-Ass Torrents link. Or Pirate Bay, I'm not sure. I think it was Kick-Ass Torrents, and it actually like still worked. So I hope that guy in the chat room got it, but I wanted to have it bookmark it myself. And we can have people who don't already have that Foos 4 DVD to be able to get that. So the market today, I mean, it's so crazy how the biggest gainer yesterday becomes the biggest loser today, but that's just how it happens sometimes. So SAEX got halted. I think that scared a lot of people, and then, you know, the party was basically over. I mean, but at the end of the day, you know, it's still trading at what, 1 PE or something like that. I don't know if that's updated yet. So technically, it's still dirt cheap. Let me see if that's updated. Yeah, still trading at 1 PE at 32 bucks. So technically, it's still cheap. even though it had a horrible day today. I mean, 19% right off the top, chop. But it's still cheap. I mean, it's still dirt cheap. So it's still got a lot to go. Friday is always a terrible day to get into a trade like that, just because a lot of traders are trying to, leave. They're trying to get out with their money. They got things to do this weekend. They want to do withdrawals. So Friday is a day people close trades. They don't, they're looking to sell to get out. They're not looking to get into trades on Monday. I mean, on Friday. They save that for Monday. They save that for Monday. So horrible day for that stock, SAEX. Yeah, it went up this morning. I mean, if you were talented enough to know how to trade that, yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful day for you. But if you really didn't know what you were doing and you thought it was going to rally just like it did the other day, today wasn't so fun for you. Today was not so fun for you. And and the gap up didn't even last. I mean, it was 10 minutes later, it was on the floor. 10 minutes later, it was on the floor. I got an alert, and it blew past my $50 alert. It blew right past it. Didn't jump in because I wanted to see what was going on. And as the Maxim says, stay out of morning rushes, morning gap ups, all that. Just stay out of 930 to 950. And it's so true. It's proven that time and time and time again. Unless you are already in the stock from the day before, just don't trade 930 to 950. It's just so dangerous. And today was a perfect example of why it's so dangerous to trade, especially if you're new and you don't know how to do it. Right? You're just not that skilled like that. You could have lost everything. You could have lost everything. Okay, because to sell, you got to be able to put in a price that's going to sell. Because if you put in a price that gets blown by, guess what? Your order is going to be sitting there. Your order is going to be sitting there, and what you thought was a $40 or $46 order now has to be a $33 order. So you better hope that you get that price. GT, yeah, I did see that. That stock kept running. That phony jet.com stock, people still got excited about it. Now, don't get it twisted. There's some people up there, just like as I just said, that 930 to 950. You got some people up there in the 150s that are looking around like, what the hell just happened? JTCMF, we talked about that extensively yesterday. There are people looking at their trades like, what happened? What happened to my money? Because, I mean, you got left in the dust if you got excited about buying this, right? What's going on, Jesus? Yes, we did conclude that. There's overwhelming evidence that JTCMF is not jet.com. But again, the market as a whole, a lot of people don't understand. The market as a whole is not that wise, guys. They're not that smart. I think people associate trading the stock market with intelligence, and for the most part, it's really not. I mean, a lot of people who trade are not very smart. And I think based on what we saw today, JTCMF, if anybody who bought into this today thinking they were going to make a huge profit, I think you would agree with me that anybody who bought into the stock today probably isn't very smart. Probably isn't very smart. Now, don't get it twisted. If you got in if you were in there yesterday and you happen to stay in, hey, by all means, congratulations to you. Congratulations. I mean, you made money. you know, because I would love to be the guy who was camping in this stock. You guys know I made a video a couple weeks ago how to camp invest. Now this stock was just practically dead. So I mean, if anybody had some stock in that, uh, I mean, just I can't even imagine waking up and going into your brokerage account and seeing what your stock is worth now. Can you imagine the CEO of this company right now? He's probably selling every damn share he can. He's probably selling every damn share he can. I mean, blocks, 10,000, 20,000 blocks. Just like, let me get the hell out of here while I have this liquidity. What's going on, stocks and heels? Yes, UTLR, another beautiful cheap runner. Another beautiful cheap runner. That's why you could never really count out these dirt cheap stocks that have a history of running. UTLR has a history of running. You can see what it's done in June and July. I mean, it has a history of running. And this is one of those stocks when it's high now. Now, it doesn't hold its gains. It doesn't hold its gains. So if you're up big, get the fuck out of there. It doesn't hold its gains. But when it settles back down, it's a great trade to hold on to for another run. Because at the end of the day, it is a legitimate company with, very valuable assets, and when news drops, it moves the stock. Now, with this particular stock, I don't know what the news was that moved it today. Does anybody know what moved it 23 cents? Or was that just simply what, let me see here. What moved it today? Yeah. I mean, was it news or what Charles Mackey called, the extraordinary popular delusions and the madness of crowds? You know, because that was crazy. What's going on, Lennox John? Dano, what's good? GNCA. Zero. You said that's the Herbie stocks. What do you mean by that? They got a product for Herbies? GNCA. Nice run. Nice run this week. Very impressive. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. Nice run today. But for the most part, yeah, we had a nice little plays today in the pennies. A lot of great little penny stocks made some good movements today. A lot of cheap plays made some good movements today. Let me see here. What was up big today? Yeah, UTLR. What did RNVA do? I know you guys, a lot of you guys brought it up today in the chat room. RNVA, okay, 1 penny. All right, so nothing too big over there. Nothing too big over there. What else was up pretty big? Okay, a little bit of movement in Gale. That was really interesting to see Gale. Gale got me excited a little bit. I was watching Gale a little bit. I was like, whoa, okay. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Because the last 2 days in Gale have been really interesting. You know how it went from like 43 to 46. So, started consolidating yesterday at close. I'm like, okay, is something going to happen today? I watched Gale, and just as we just talked about, 930 to 950 pop, then it just didn't hold. And it bounced off, tried to do some things, but 5% gain. 5% gain. So we'll see. We'll see what Gale does next week. Herbie suppressant 0. You said it's a Herbie suppressant. What's going on, V? Bovash? Welcome, welcome. Mr. Gomez, how are you? Mr. Gomez, how are you? Shout out to Travi for putting that Foost DVD in the chat room. That's the Foost 4, the 2. Yeah, that Foost 4 2 DVD is nice. I like it. It's nice. Nice to see Kick-Ass Torrents back up. I'm sure not every torrent probably works, but it's nice to see the site back up. They can't keep these torrent sites down, man. They can try to shut them down all they want, but it's just going to pop up more and more. And then with all these mirror sites, you can't. Can't keep a good man down. What's going on, Deathlock? What else was good today? Institutional Financial Markets. Never heard of this stock. What is that? IFMI. IFMI. Cheap dollar stock. Okay. Not much volume, but can't deny a good chart when you see 175. Well, it's a slow mover for the most part. All right, posted. All right, so good earnings a couple days ago. Institutional Financial Markets. Never heard of the company. Let me see here. IFMI. Okay, so they're basically a third-rate asset management company. One of those third-rate asset management companies. Let me see. Sometimes they can you'll be able to see some of the companies that they've taken public. If you go to some of these asset management pages, there are a couple of them that work with a lot of like low-end penny stocks. Okay, well they're not too bad. They got about $4 billion under management. It's not too bad. Small for what they do, but overall, that's a lot of money. Cody Golday, any advice for a new trader? How do you find all these, man? You got to watch some of these videos we've been putting up, man. We've already discussed a lot of that stuff. AMD, Nvidia, GoPro. I mean, all those are stocks. AMD we talk about, but we only talk about petty stocks here, man. Only penny stocks here. Only penny stocks here, man. If you want to talk that IBM, all that stuff, that's another chat room. Deathlock, yeah. Oh, okay. Deathlock, you said you made 80% this morning. All right, so Deathlock knows how to play that gap up. SNSS. SNSS. Sunis Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. Sunesis or Sunesis. 65 cents, 2 cents. I would watch that. I would still watch that. That was a nice little gap up, though, from earnings. That gap up from earnings was nice. Wasn't even on my radar. Nice little gap up there. Nice little gap up there. It's got some run-up history, too. I've seen it's got a couple run-up in here. If it comes back down to the 50s, it's a nice little hold because it does have a history of running. I can see a couple spikes here in June. All right, this one late May, so it definitely has its little spikes. What's going on, Dallas? Bovash, you said you bought some CIG today? Bovash said he bought some CIG today. Hope you got it at a good price. Oh, that's 6 cents. No big deal. No big deal. Yeah, nice chart, man. Nice, beautiful chart. I mean, buck 50 to 289. So, um, you know, in about what, 2 months, 2 months, you're up pretty nice. But it's too slow for me, man. And I don't know really much about the company, so. But it's a nice runner though. I love the chart, man. That looks like a nice hold. That's something I would buy. I don't know anything about the company, but it's a nice chart. Nice chart indeed. What's your broker, Random Pen? E-Trade, E-Trade lets you buy it. When as I said last night, JTCMF, when I had put in an order, it was asking for $1. I was like, hell no. That's why I told everybody, I was like, $1? I ain't putting $1 in there for that. Already at a 50-cent premium? Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, I don't know how long Option House is going to be Option House after the purchase by E-Trade. What's going on, Demario? Not a problem, sir. Welcome. K-A-L-Y. K-L-Y. K-A-L-Y. All right, nice little OTC play. Nice little OTC play. All right, a little light on the volume. A little light on the volume, so I'd like to see a little more volume come in. But I mean, I can't speak on nothing too. I wonder, like, who's the promoter for that one? Because it's obviously a pump. So who's the promoter? Let me check out Twitter. And I can't speak on anything about volume because the stock we're pumping right now, we're gonna pump this week. That one it had no volume today. So, but you know, it's a $15 million company. It's a $15 million company that we're gonna be pumping. Me and a couple other promoters, and that's gonna come out this weekend. I think Sunday. Protege. Let me see. Who's pumping Cali? K-A-L-Y. You can always use Twitter. Twitter can. All right, ready to profit. And as always, the sure enough names keep popping up. Yep, 007 stock chat. The same names. And the names, as long as you stay trading, the names never go away. It's the same people. This is the same people year after year, always trading these penny plays. And this guy who calls himself Big Blue Cup 721 on Twitter, that guy's actually white. I don't know why he uses a black man's face for his profile. But he never he uses a black man's face. But that's not him. Well, okay, it looks like it's been pushed for a little bit, so I can see quite a number of tweets. So it's definitely not new. They've been pushing it for a while. Wave Marine is a full-service yacht maintenance company. Our mechanical division provides regular maintenance work and repairs. We offer generator, EC flushing, and all organic restrictions, including barnacles, zebra mussels, seaweed. We also provide transport and delivery services. Our boat detailing division provides comprehensive cleaning services for yachts of all sizes, including boat washing, buffing, waxing, interior cleaning, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nice. Nice little presentation. Let me see here. Let me try something here. Bo Vosh, you saying you're buying MGT next week? MGT this week? Yeah, that run up was interesting today. I thought something might happen today. Um, the stock actually ended up down, which was kind of interesting. I think people were a little bit disappointed because they thought some kind of big news was going to come in. So you had some guys who just jumped in for the news, right? Some momentum traders. Unfortunately, nothing happened, so they got out. That's why you saw that collapse during the end of the day in MGT. That's why you saw that collapse there. KALY is what I was looking at. LY, Cali Inc. It's a slow pump that's coming around. It's a slow pump that's coming around. You know, the thing about it is that they didn't even bother to change the description on OTC markets, though. They didn't even bother to change the description. It's a marketing and development company focused on service and product opportunities. Wave Marine Services. Marine Yacht Services. It's very cheap, though. Speaking of cheap, MJNA took a little dump today. MJNA took a dump today. You had some people who was like, man, this thing is up almost 38% in 6 days. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. So that dumped 10% today. It found its footing though. It found its footing. But MJNA took a dump. You said Tim Sykes broke Twitter? Uh-oh, what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? I learned a lot about myself these past few years. See me better for long term. Okay. What did he do? All right, so basically just a little rant. Well, I mean, he's done this before, so I'm not surprised. Just like, hey guys, I'm sorry, and you know, didn't he just release an email saying something like this recently? Big important blog post coming Sunday. Some new ways I'll be starting up next week to get away from the whole hot stock pick mentality. Oh, so he's going into a swing trade kind of thing? I hope he's not letting that little situation where Modern was coming at him about some damn lawsuit bullshit, which won't happen. Do taxes kill at the end of the year? No, no, not at all. It's not a big deal. That's the last thing that you'll complain about as a trader is taxes. Okay, especially if you trade under a corporation, like I always suggest people do. Paying corporate income taxes is on profits is a lot better than individual, depending on what state you live in. Depending on what state you live in. That's why I got a timeshare in Florida, in Pensacola. Florida has no taxes on personal income. Astro, I buy open 3 second it down on me. Hey Astro, what stock are you talking about? Astro, Astro consciousness. What stock are you talking about? That you bought it and 3 seconds later it dropped on you. MGT. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a situation where the hype just didn't match. There was a lot of hype and it didn't come through. So you got a lot of momentum. People get in, and they got in yesterday. If you see yesterday after lunchtime, they wanted to get in for what was going to happen today. It didn't happen, so they got out after lunchtime today. It's literally you basically see when the momentum investors came in for the swing. Yesterday after 1 and today after 1 they took off. It's really good if you guys, a lot of you guys who are trading from home, if you can go on Craigslist, get yourself a second monitor so you can do a dual monitor screen. Go on Craigslist, find a nice little 20-inch, 22-inch. You can find those all over the place for $70, $75. Work some way down, and then just open up a chart wide so you can be able to see those patterns. On that one screen while you're live trading, just one big screen, just open it up nice and wide. Yeah, apps is next week. I'm looking forward to apps. I'm looking forward to apps. Yes, sir. I am looking forward to apps, which is going to be Tuesday after the close. Tuesday after the close. So those of you guys who want in on apps, you can get in Monday or you can get in Tuesday. But 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to be getting it at a higher price, because that basically was responsible for today. If you saw that big old gap up today in apps, that was a lot to do with people getting in early. That's people just getting in for earnings. The day before earnings, you'll have two emotions. The stock will either be down because people are scared, and you have shorters taking positions, and shorters see that fear and they'll take shorts, or it'll be up because there's excitement and people are buying into the decision tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, Gale was kind of up though. Gale was up. Gale was up nice. Gale was up nice. I was thinking Gale was going to pop off today because it heated up yesterday and today. It gapped up nicely today. It gapped up nicely today. Yeah, corporate account. Yeah, no personal income tax in Florida. I think in Texas as well, there's no personal income tax. Saving up for the new MacBook Pro. Okay. Set a goal for it, man. Let your penny stock profits pay for it. What kind of chart software do people in here use? I've really started getting addicted to TradingView. I actually kind of like it. I'm still loving my E-Trade Pro, of course, but to do my trades, use stock trade too when I'm mobile. When I want to be mobile, because E-Trade Pro mobile sucks. But yeah, man, there's a lot of people who use TC 2000 is good. TC 2000 is good. Stock trade. Okay, Scott Trade Elite. Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of things you can use out here. A lot of things you can use out here. Said Givo's looking good. Givo took a dump on people a couple days ago, though. Givo took a dump on people a couple days ago. Yeah, that was yesterday. That was yesterday, but it looks like it's found its footing at 70 cents. It looks like it's got support at 68. Oh, yeah, we'll see. Okay, so Givo's reporting earnings too on the same day that Apps is reporting. Givo, okay, yeah, same day after the trading day, just like Apps. So you can play Givo and Apps on the 9th. You can play Givo and Apps. I wish Nasdaq.com could let you know upcoming earnings by price. Because when you look at their earnings calendar, they'll just give you practically every stock that's reporting, and you're not interested in every stock. So you have to literally skim through the calendar to find a stock with a market cap and a price that you're actually interested in. So that can be a little frustrating. It's not well designed at all. AEZS. Let's see, AEZS 346. Okay, that's reporting on the 9th. I know AEZS has been a runner in the past, especially what it did. Yeah, July 1st. That was ridiculous. Yeah, it went from 320 to 405, like 80 cents. What else? What else is reporting on the 9th, which is next Tuesday? AgroFresh, AGFS, AGFS. Too expensive. Nice chart though. Too expensive. 216 AMRC. AMRC. Nah, I'm good on that one. What else? What else? AMSC. AMSC, American Semiconductor. Damn, $8. I didn't think it was that high. All right. AVEO. AVEO. Is that a ticker? AVEO. 99 cents. NASDAQ play. Earnings came out today or yesterday. 7% gain. Okay. Okay, light on the volume. Light on the volume. Earnings, yeah, lost on earnings, but we know that we've seen these last couple of days stocks that lost on earnings a day later, 2 days later, they run like crazy. So you can never really call these stocks duds because these things will run when you least expect it. WGBS. WGBS. Yeah, we talked about this one. It's a nice little safe play. Okay, that they're also reporting on the 9th. Damn, they also reported on the WGBS. Let me put that on my watch list. I'm gonna set a price at 124 and see what happens. If it passes it, great. If it doesn't, I'll forget about it. HLTX. Oh no, that wasn't the play. What was that play you put it up, Astro? HTBX. Okay, HTBX 131 up 20 cents today on what news? I don't see what news. What drove the gain? Yeah, what drove the gain today? Astral, or is that just how the stock moves? I do see it does move pretty nicely throughout the day. It actually moves really nice throughout the day. Yesterday didn't do much, but really nice move today in that stock. Opened up nice and crisp. No real spike, just real good movement to the upside. Then you had some people take profits and then close strong. I do see that there's some resistance there at 132. Basically the 130s, there's a lot of resistance there. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 times trying to break that level. That'd actually be a pretty good short in HTBX. If there's no earnings or anything like that, because I see here it's attempted it 4 times now, and every time it gets hit back down, it comes back up, but that'd be a nice little. Last time it tried it, it came down almost 25 cents, so that would be a nice little trade to the short side as it approaches resistance. What's going on, Mark? What's going on, Mark? Cody, you said what's holding you back is your job during the day. I mean, you can swing these penny stocks, man. They're penny stocks that are safe enough to swing. I just personally did a nice trade in Sprint and AMD. There are a lot of great cheap, a little bit more expensive uh, penny plays that you can sit in for a couple days. Even some of the stocks under $1 that are kind of sitting at support. Be a little bit patient and just wait for them to run. So there are a lot of ways to get involved in penny stocks while you still keep your day job. So I'm thinking about opening an account with you, stock trade for day trading. Is it worth it? Mark, you said you got $1,000. You want to go to you stock trade? Yeah, because you only have $1,000. So I mean, with TD, you're going to be eating up that balance pretty quickly. You're going to be eating up that balance pretty quickly because you got $1,000. So let's say you're doing with $1,000, I'm going to be taking $200 positions. So I'm going to be investing in stocks that are under $1, right? So I can at least be able to maximize my shares, right? Because you got to maximize your profit per share. So with $1,000, $200 positions, specifically trading stocks under 50 cents, 60 cents. You're using U stock trade, so you got to find, basically NYSE, NASDAQ plays dirt cheap. And, you've got to figure out how to, make some returns on those. And being that it's only going to cost you $2 a trade, U stock trade will work in your favor. If you only got $1,000, you shouldn't be in TD Ameritrade. Because even with $1,000, OTC stocks are too dangerous. Especially if you're in a situation where you need a return right now. If you got $1,000, you want to play OTC plays and you're patient, then I would stick with TD and I would find an OTC play that you can kind of sit in for a week or two to wait till something builds up and happens. But if you're trying to get in and out and trying to scalp here and there, here and there, here and there, um, I would move over to something a little bit more structured, like U stock trade, and then play NASDAQ, NYSE, Amex stocks. And when you get to a situation where you got $500, $600 to blow, you can send that over to TD and try to see what you can do on the OTC side. Yeah, Cody, look it up, man. Look it up. Yeah, Mark. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, Mark. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Day trading. I mean, when you say momentum trading, that is day trading. That, day traders trade on momentum. That's what it is. Consensus on apps is -8 cents to 14 versus 14 cents. Okay. Okay. Cody, you're talking about the VR boom. Yeah, just make sure you get out quick because a lot of people got burned on the weed boom. Oh yeah, somebody talked. Yes, I did see that somebody wanted the Ja Warrior, the How to Make Millions. Yeah, the one that Travi posted. That's an abbreviated one. That one's it's kind of short. That used to, that it's actually like 21 gigs. Let me find it. Let me find it. I know I have it in here somewhere. Let me find it here. The it's in here somewhere. I swear I got so many damn folders for bookmarks from over time because your bookmarks just will add up like crazy. You find so many good little pages for websites and things to do research. Sometimes when you don't have nothing to write with individual stocks, you'll bookmark. Okay, whatever. Let me search real quick. How to make millions. Hmm. My favorite DVD. I don't know if I have a favorite DVD. I don't think I have a favorite DVD. You take something for everyone. So they mark maybe 3. And funding additional 3 mark. Click on the comment. Yep. You can use stock trade on the laptop. I do it every day. You can use it on a laptop. You can use it on a tablet. It's even more convenient on the tablet. I don't know why this How to Make Millions. I never bookmarked this shit. I'm sure people have been on that too. Like, this website you keep going to and you never freaking bookmark it for whatever reason. I swear I don't have the bookmark for that. I can't believe this shit, but I really don't have a bookmark for it. Okay. Hold on. Let me check my email because I know I just emailed it to somebody recently. Yeah, not on Android. The Android app is coming though. The Android app is coming. The Android app is coming. And sorry to anybody who sent me emails. I get so many damn emails during the day, man. It's crazy. So many damn emails. If I recognize people's names, I make sure I get that back to them real quick. But I get so many damn emails. Moment here. Let me see. Let's see. How to make millions. Ah, damn. All right, I'm gonna have to hunt for it. I'm gonna have to hunt for it. Android, so many. Yeah, this week had a ton of plays, man. There were so many plays today. It was crazy. It was crazy. A lot of play, not a lot of plays today. A lot of gap ups. A lot of stocks that just came out of nowhere. You know, we can talk about Ship. We can talk about Tops doing its thing. We just had a lot of stocks that just, you know, PTX did its thing this week. You know, how did that do today anyway? Yeah, well, no, yeah. So PTX cooled off this week, but PTX did its thing this week. You know, going from, you know, where did it go from 66 cents to a high of $1.04? I mean, that's a great return. You know, you got 500 bucks, you get into a trade like that, you know, that's a great return at 66 cents, and then you're selling at $1. You know, that's a great return, man. That's it's returns like that that just change your whole outlook on what's possible when it comes to this trading. You know, and again, when you're using app like Stock Trade, costs you $2. That's great. You said there's a screen that worked good for forex trading. I don't know anything about forex trading. I don't know anything about forex trading. If I ask, I mean, 250 bucks, dude, you can start trading, man. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not the greatest. You have to go all in, but I mean, you can really start trading. 250 bucks is a decent start. You'd have to really trade pennies and some low end, you know, Amex plays, but it's a decent start. What's going on, Penny Hat? Hey, Penny Hat, I gotta call you, man. God dang, I keep forgetting to call you. I mentioned it on the show yesterday too. I was like, I gotta call this Penny Hat stocks guy. Like every time God, I get a minute, something comes up. I got this new promotion coming up on Monday. Shout out to Baron over at Stocks NYC, dropping that nice deposit for your boy. Yeah, 250 bucks. I mean, if, you know, 250 bucks just to get your feet wet. I mean, you can always paper trade too. I mean, if you want to paper trade, but if you just so eager to get your feet wet, I mean, 250 bucks just to see what it's about. No, I mean no, I mean for him starting with 250 bucks, he's got to go all in. But if you got $2,000, you know, your average position size should be around 250, 300 bucks, and then try to do something with that. You know, I put out a video talking about challenge yourself to you know deserve to trade bigger positions, man. People go in and they want to It's $1,000. They want to take $1,000 position. It don't work that way. Make some money on $250 and then work your way up. Because the one thing that I've learned that will stress you out fast is when you are in too big. When you are in too big, you get out of trades too early. You get out of trades too late. You're watching every single tick, every single. You just start really not thinking very clear. But when you start taking responsible position sizes that don't make you lose your mind, you trade more rationally. LK said you go, all right, that's fine, man. I mean, if it works for you, if it works for you. Oh, Cody, that's all up to you, man. It depends on the stock that you're playing with, how volatile it is. You know, for more structured plays, for me, it's always been 10%. You know, I'm willing to take a 10% loss. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big time teacher or nothing, man. I think Tim Sykes is the best teacher. So I mean, he does it for a living. I just love this shit. I don't want to come off as a teacher. I am not a teacher. I'm just trying to have a nice life where I don't have to work for the man and I can go on a couple vacations every year and take care of my family. Facts. No, sir, I do not do any mentoring. I don't do any teaching, any private lessons, nothing like that. I'm more than happy to give you all the resources, the DVDs, the books, all that kind of stuff you can ever want. I'll help you out with that, but I don't do none of that mentoring or anything, all that stuff. You can get all that from other guys out here that will do it for a price. Yeah, there we go. Just trading ideas, man. Because after you take in all those lessons and all those trades, all that trading advice, you need trading ideas. And that's why I set up this show, is because I needed trading ideas. So we put our minds together to discuss stocks, because that's what you live on as a penny stock trader, is trading ideas. You can never have enough ideas coming at you. Can never have enough ideas. Miss Petaway, I'm sorry I didn't get to your email. I'm seeing it now. I'm sorry I didn't get to it. Friday, I'll be all over the place. Dun, dun, dun. And I caught up on the news of that extrajudicial killing, basically, of our sister with mental illness. It seems like the police have a shoot to kill order when it comes to women of color. When it was interesting, a couple of weeks ago, you had a lady who held her kids hostage with a gun, and somehow she was able to come out alive. But it seems like when it comes to people of color, we have shoot to kill orders. 850, what's going on? You're on the air.
Hey, Sal Schmaker.
What's going on with you?
Hey, nothing much. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. I was off today, so I was looking at some what they call options.
Okay.
And I know you don't do options, but Have you ever even looked how they do it? Because
Yeah,
it's pretty interesting.
yes, it's very, very interesting. In fact, I'm working with a brother right now, Dave Thomas. I don't know if Dave, are you in the chat room? I don't think Dave Thomas is in the chat room. I haven't seen him yet, but
Okay.
he sent me some videos to watch on that. And in fact,
Okay.
let me post them. I can post one link right now in the chat room,
Yeah, that'd
and
be
um,
great.
and there's a torrent that he gave me too that I'll post up in the chat room.
Okay.
And really, really great opportunity to make money because you can actually put up a lot smaller amount
Right.
and turn around and activate those options and purchase those stocks at those prices that are significantly cheaper than market. So
Right.
yeah, options is a great opportunity to make a lot of money too. So
Right.
yeah, definitely something that I'm learning about here and there. But yeah, but what brought you to it?
Um, I think I heard about options a few weeks ago,
Okay.
but then we were all talking in the chat room, and you kind of like was like, no, no. Somebody asked you. You said, no, no, no. I don't do options, and so I just decided
Yeah.
not to delve into it. But today I thought, well, instead of just sitting here trying to find a stock, let me
Right.
find something else to do.
Right.
You know, maybe options is something I might like.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, it's a cheap way to play. Um, it's I don't think it's as simple as penny stocks because there are some other variables to it.
Mhm.
Penny stocks is whatever the cost is what the cost is. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
options, it has a lot of other little nuts and bolts to it, but the opportunities are endless as well. I mean, to be able to play some of these more expensive stocks, 50, 60, $70 for pennies,
Mhm.
that's a great opportunity.
Right. Can you tell me what EFT or is it ETF? What is that?
Um, well, EFT, if I'm correct, has to do with like banking or something like that, but I know ETF stands for exchange traded fund. And
Okay.
if I'm correct, an exchange, you're right. Okay, so an exchange traded fund is kind of like when we talk about gold stocks, and
Mhm.
we always compare it to a stock like GLD, which is an ETF that encompasses several different gold, stocks in one
Yeah.
what
Oh.
they call exchange traded fund, which basically
Oh.
measures, right, which measures
Gotcha.
the industry compared to the stock. So
Gotcha. Gotcha.
you
Okay.
you can invest in exchange traded funds, or what I would do better is I use ETFs to compare them to stocks within the industry to see whether or not this stock is moving along with the rest of their peers, basically. So
Okay.
yeah, you
Okay.
quickly find out whether or not the stock is too weak or moves along with the commodity you're trading against.
Oh.
Mhm.
All right. Good to know. Good to
Yeah,
know. Well, thank you.
not a problem. Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Call back anytime.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah, that's Miss Petaway, guys. That's Miss Petaway in the chat room. That's Miss Petaway. In fact, let me give her a round of applause. Actually, she gets a kid's cheer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Um, the silver package. I already mentioned before your attempts like silver package member. My question is, should I do the DVDs? I would sign up for the DVDs, Kenny. I would sign up. Oh, not for the DVD, for the membership. Sorry, I would sign up for the membership. The DVDs, I've always said you can get the DVDs for free. The membership, though, Tim Sykes, a lot of his stuff that's on YouTube, there's a lot of information on YouTube, good stuff if you take the time to watch. But at the same time, on his Profitly, you are able to see some stuff that's not on YouTube that goes pretty, in depth as well. And there's almost as much information for that 149 whatever on Profitly than you get on the DVDs. You said what was up with my comment on Trump, man? I mean that's just how I'm feeling about that dude, man. I had made a video in support of Trump because I was feeling what he was talking about in terms of the jobs. But then when I started, people, starting to hit me up, man, well, how can you support this guy? I started looking at his associations and some of the people who follow the Trump account. I was going to their Twitter and I'm seeing that they are following like white supremacist pages and neo-Nazi pages and kill N people and kill this and kill Jews. I'm like, man, I'm not with this, man. I'm not with this at all. I'm not with that at all. So basically, anybody who is a supporter of Trump, that person, could be a suspected white supremacist, man. Anybody who is a supporter of Donald Trump, that person is a suspected white supremacist. Seriously. Because there are some people who are supporting this guy that are really, they've got some backgrounds, man, that are really like, hold up, dude. You got some Aryans and all those people. These are people who want to hurt people of color, man. And that's their slogan. They're committed to harming people who look like me. And they preach that to each other every day. Yeah, for those of you guys who are in the chat room, this is your first day. Fridays are our anything goes days. So we talk about basically anything on Fridays. So it's not always stocks, whatever comes to mind. Yeah, I appreciate that, Deathlock. Yeah, that was a great video I made about the whole challenge yourself to trade, earn the right to trade bigger positions. Yeah, Gary Johnson. Gary Johnson is the libertarian, right? See, libertarian is a little bit too right for me because I, I like free market. Don't get me wrong, the free market is great, but you just got some people who, will get lost. And I believe in welfare. I believe that there are some people who, because of structures, uh, institutional structures that have been created to disenfranchise people, you need that safety net. So I wouldn't support a libertarian candidate. What's going on, Ravi? Been a minute. I haven't seen you in here, I don't think. Wise guy, what's going on? What's going on, Lawrence Kane? All right, yeah. Let me know what you think about it, Jai Warrior. Let me know what you think about it. Yeah. Bernie was cool too. I like the energy that he brought. I like the energy that Bernie was talking about. Yeah, I like that. And then we find out that the Democrats were working to sabotage the guy, man. It just shows you how crooked our political system is, man. So you're a Trump supporter? Okay. What do you what do you think about the fact that you have people who are Aryans, who are committed to harming people of color who support the man you want to vote for? Yeah. I wanted to talk to Mr. Lloyd about INNV, man. I hope he got the hell up out of there because that stock was down like 11% today. It came back up. But I hope he got the hell up out of there. Appreciate that, Cody. Thank you. Yeah, Yeah, they sabotage Bernie Sanders, man. Bernie Sanders. Yeah, let me before I forget, let me post up that options tool, man. I downloaded a really good options torrent today, actually. It's so funny she brought that up because um, like I said, man, the guy got me into options, and it's something I'm going to learn this weekend. I'll probably never end up going as hard in options as I will penny stocks, but as I do penny stocks. But if I see a situation like PayPal right now, PayPal is getting beat up. You know, PayPal is getting beat to death. But it's a stock that I know, you know, I can see in the 50s, 60s. I mean, it's been there. It's been there before. This is a stock that prior to earnings was a $40 stock. You know, and it's got a much higher price target. My analyst. 832, what's up?
What's going on, Sal? It's Connor.
Hey, what's going on, Connor?
Oh, not much. Yeah, man. I hear you talking about options, man. I've been messing with options a little bit. I've always kind of known about them, but
Okay.
man, dude, you would love options, man. If everybody out there, man, it's a great way to be able to someone who doesn't have a lot of cash. It's a great way for one. You know, they're already leveraged. You know, because each option contract is 100, shares.
Okay.
So it's already, even if you're buying stocks that you can afford, it's a great way to get your hands on more shares for a fraction of the cost. And it's a great way to also be able to play stocks that you normally wouldn't be able to afford, you know?
Wow. Okay. So, Connor, 1 second here. So you're saying that each option is already 100 shares. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. Yeah. So check it out, Sal. This is why they're so cool. Each option contract controls 100 shares of that stock. Okay. So let's say that you're looking at, what is Apple trading for? Let's just say Apple's trading for $100 just for the hell of it, for this conversation. All right, so let's say you want to buy 100 shares of Apple for $100. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a lot of money. But so let's say if you go buy one option contract for $10, you get to control 100 shares of Apple for that price of that one option contract.
Okay.
Which might be $5 or $7 or could be less, $2.50, depending on, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Just depending on, now see, options, they get, there's a lot of detail in them.
Yeah.
You know, and I think you will like them, Sal, because I know you like to read and I know you like to dig into things and you know, you're very, you seem like the type of person that whenever you like to learn something as far as, you know, at least with your money, you go into it and learn. And there's a lot of technical stuff that they call the Greek that has to do with like time decay and stuff. Like you can do weekly options, you can do monthly options, you know, and they expire, you know, so they expire at a certain amount of time, you know, like whether if you play the weekly options, like say today you could have bought a weekly option today that expired today, you know, and it would have been at the end of the day, it had been no good, but you could have bought it Monday and then you would have had the whole week, you know, and now you can buy ones that expire a month out or 2 months out, you know, and it's cool because you can, calls are, you know, if you buy a call, that's, you're playing to the upside. And if you buy a put, you're playing to the downside. And what's so cool about options though, so like a call, you buy a call, you're wanting the stock to go up. That's the only way you're going to make money. And you can pick different strike prices. Like say if Apple's trading at $100, you can pick there's a $100 call strike at $100 strike. And you'll already, what they call is in the money. And if it goes up anywhere from there, you're making money. Or if you want to be a little riskier, but you'll pay less for the contract, you could pick like 100. Say you think Apple's going to go to 106, you can pick $106 strike. Okay. And the option's going to be less. You're going to pay less for it. But the reason you're paying less for it is because you're only going to make money once it starts to get closer to that strike price, you know?
Right.
And what's cool is when you buy calls, it's going to the upside. You want it to go up. You buy puts, you want it to go down. Okay. But when you sell a call, as long as it doesn't go up, you make money. When you sell a put, as long as it doesn't go down, you make money. And then what gets crazy is you can do what they call credit spreads. You can do like buy a call. Like some people, it was so crazy what my grandfather does. They're not, it's called, they trade volatility. Like you can actually make, like we're doing credit spreads with options, you can make money if the stock does nothing, just go straight. Like say if you think a stock is like you think a stock is not doing much, it's just going sideways, you can do like what they call a spread, to where you buy a call at a certain, now I'm not too, I don't know much about this, but you buy a call at a certain strike price and then you like sell a put at a certain strike price. And basically what it does is give you a channel. As long as the stock stays in between those two prices, you make money.
Okay. Now,
really,
let me ask you this. I watched a YouTube video. Guy was talking about, it's pretty popular on YouTube, how he made like almost $500,000 on Netflix or something like that, taking a call that was like over a number of years. Is that possible? Can you actually have a call that's more than like a year?
I'm not sure, but I know, actually, I think you can, as a matter of fact. I know you can for sure do, I've seen it with my own eyes, that you can for sure get them like months and months and months out.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how far you can do them, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a good possibility, probably so.
Okay.
I don't exactly know how far they go out. But what's really cool about them is once you understand the basics, which they can kind of be tricky, but once you understand the basics of how they work and how a lot of things mess with option which is called the Greeks, and you'll learn about that, which is like implied volatility and time decay, and all this and that. But once you understand the basics, they can be it's cool because there's such I don't know what to call it, like a learning curve, so once you have the basics down, you can start off, which is pretty simple. Like you learn the basics, and then you can start off with just buying calls. It's just like buying a stock. You want the stock to go up, or buying a put, you want the stock to go down. And then as you get further, along with it and learn more, then you can get into selling calls and selling puts, and then you can even get into doing what they call like credit spreads and stuff, and crazy stuff like that. A lot of people. There are people who trade options, just strictly options. Like I know Sangalucci. I'm sure you heard of him on YouTube. He's big into options. Yeah. If you want to learn about options, you can go to Sangalucci, his YouTube page. He has some very good content. And but a lot of people use them just for hedging, like hedging a position they already have. Like let's say they're in a swing, they're in a trade, and they got a lot of money wrapped up in gold or whatever it is, Apple or Google, whatever it is, and let's say that they're long the stock, and the stock starts to drop. Well, instead of getting out of that position and taking a loss, what they would do is they would just buy puts, and then while that stock's dropping, they're making money with the options as they're losing money on the stock. So it's evening it out. So then they give it. Yeah, so it gives them time to where the stock comes back in their favor. Instead of taking a loss, you go, which obviously you have to have more cash to, this is talking about people with more cash to be able to do that, but that's what a lot of people use them for, to hedge, but they're really cool, man. I think you'll like them, man.
Right. Cool. Well, so Connor, last question. Okay, so, all right, so how about this? Because I know an option is a contract to do something. So can I fulfill... Because that's really where I'm thinking I can see my profit is. Can I fulfill the contract? Let's say I have, like going back to that Amazon thing for 100, right? So let's say Apple's going for 100 right now on the market. It's going for I have the option, and it's going for 110. Can I actually fulfill and buy 100 shares at 100 while it's trading for 105, or is it just what it is like basically, okay, so let's say that like Amazon's trading at 100, Amazon's trading at 105, and then you're saying, can you buy option contract with the $100 strike and then get it for cheaper? But basically what you're doing is like if you buy a call,
it gives, like, if you buy a call, it's giving you the right to buy that stock at a certain price. And then, like, if you see, I'm not, and whenever you get into the more like selling calls and selling puts, you know, I'm not familiar with that as much. But basically what it is, the way it works is when you have your different strike prices, that's just your target of where you think the stock will go to where you'll make money. So, like, if it's trading at $100, and then you think the stock can get to 105, you can buy that $100, 105 call, and then when it gets to $105, that's whenever they call it, it's in the money. See, when you buy, if it's at the stock's at 100 and you buy the 105, it's called an out of the money call, and it won't be in the money until it reaches 105. But you can also buy $100 calls and you'll be in the money from the get-go. Just you'll pay more for that option because you're already in the money, and you'll start making money immediately as it's going up. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. But now when you say more expensive, like, it's significantly more, or it's just like, you know, because I've seen a couple calls, but they're going for like pennies on the dollar.
Oh yeah, they're cheap. Like a call for Netflix could sometimes like $2, you know, like not significantly more expensive, but like, you know, enough to where, like, if you're buying, you're still saving a little money, you know. It's just that basically if you going out of the money, the more out of the money you go, the riskier it is and the less probability. So you can get the contract for a little cheaper, you know.
Okay. All right.
But there's a lot of stuff, but man, yeah, just you know, I know you're good at, you know how to do a little research, and but there's a bunch of good info on YouTube, and I'm sure you mess with the torrent, so obviously there you can find a bunch of stuff on options.
I got a great torrent. I'm about to drop right now in the chat room, so stay tuned for that.
And I'm still learning too, so like I'm not like an expert on options by any means, far from. Really, I would say I'm still a beginner, you know. I've really recently just started taking the plunge into them and understanding the basics of how they work, you know. And ever since I learned about them, man, I love them. They're cool. It's cool, man. Once you get the basics of it, and the part I like about it is because it really gives you the it's not that you can make more money. It's just that you can make more money with the amounts you have. I guess it's more like the bang for your buck, you know? So it's like really, like, once I saw like, you know, how much, like, you know, I had bought an option and then I put like $1,000 into it, and then like the next morning I was up like 1,000. I was like, whoa!
Oh, damn.
I was like,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, whoa! I was like, I've never put down $1,000 and made 100%. You know? I was like, show me how I can put show me how I can put 10,000 and make 20. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, well, then I started reading up, and basically that's what they are. It's leveraged, you know. It's essentially a leveraged contract, you know, and it's just cool because you can play these stocks that are a little out of your price range for a fraction of the cost, and you can get. And not only that, it might be stocks that you would normally play, but you can control more of it, you know, for a fraction of the cost. You know, it allows you to control more shares, you know, and get your hands on more shares for a fraction of the cost. So it's really cool, dude. And man, when I tell you, you can make a lot of money with options, man. My grandfather's big into options. He's made a killing doing it, but that's where the true money is at. Man, have you heard of St. Lucci?
The name, I've heard the name, you know, thrown around on
he's
CNBC.
He's real big on YouTube. I know you heard of Bulls on Wall Street, huh?
Yes, of course. And I know the Tasty Trade guys, I know they're all about options, right?
Yeah, Tasty Trade, they're all about options. Well, Bulls on Wall Street, you know how they have like the hedge fund that they trade in?
Okay.
And stuff. Well, the guy that St. Lucci partnered up with, Peter Zhang, is the one who created that hedge fund. And St. Lucci has his own website and chat room and stuff. But if you go to stlucci.com and go to his YouTube channel, I would say do that ASAP. He has tons of great videos and information on all types of stuff to do with options. And he basically started out trading equity. And now all he trades is options. That's all he trades is options. And he pretty much was kind of like me. He realized how much money you can make with options, and then he just like full blown options now, because it's just, there's a lot. It's if you can really get a hang of them, that is like where the true money's at. Like it's really where you can make a shit ton of money for the amounts you have. Like I said, it's not almost. Yeah, you can make more, but it's really just about the bang for your buck type of thing.
Right. Oh, great, man. Appreciate it, Connor. Hey, if you can do me a favor, post that guy's name in the chat room so everybody can go ahead and follow that guy as well.
Here's the thing, dude. The reason I hadn't been posting anything is because I'm watching the chat right now on my phone because I'm not at my apartment. I'm at my girlfriend, and I don't know why. I don't understand why it won't let me type anything in the chat when I'm watching it on my phone. I've been watching your show for like the last couple of nights, and every time at my girlfriend's apartment, I just watch it, and y'all don't even know I'm there because it won't let me type anything.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, well, first of all, you using an Android?
Yeah.
What browser are you using?
Well, see, if I get on the YouTube app, it won't let me type anything. But if I go to the YouTube site through the internet and go to like the desktop version, it will. But for some reason, I don't know why, for some reason, when I go to YouTube through the internet on my phone and I go to hit play your video, it just sits there and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and never plays. And it did that for like the last 2 nights. So I just watch it through the YouTube app. And even though I can't type anything in the chat, which kind of sucks, I still like watching the show. So I just sit there and watch it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, but try to see if you can get that
Here's
Chrome
how you
app.
spell it. It's Sang, S-A-N-G.
Okay.
Sang, like a woman sang, S-A-N-G, Lucci, L-U-C-C-I.
Okay.
You got that? Sang Lucci. And he's got a YouTube channel, Sang Lucci, YouTube. Just type in YouTube, Sang Lucci.
Yeah, they're saying in the chat room, you got to log in. For whatever reason, on the app, you might not be actually logged in. So try to figure out if you're actually logged in.
I'll try to look at that then. But yeah, that's how you spell it. I've seen you just posted it in the chat room. Yeah. That's how you spell it. Go to that his YouTube channel, and he has tons and tons of great options info. That's all he does is options.
Appreciate it, Connor. Thank you so much for the call, bro.
All right, man.
All right. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's Connor with that Sang Lucci. And shout out to Connor. Gets the kids cheer, of course. And we got to give them the, just a lot of deep information. Yeah, I appreciate Connor for dropping that heat on us. Yeah, so that is definitely something we want to take advantage of. And it's crazy because earlier today, I downloaded an options torrent, and this is something. That's why I'm preparing for this weekend. I'm gonna have to find some time. I'm not gonna go through it the whole damn weekend, at one time, but because it's a huge file. This is a 9-hour options course. Yes, that's right. I said 9 hours. It's kind of like that Tim Sykes torrent. We're going to give it out right now, so you better download it right now because you guys know how quickly they take down these torrent sites. It's called Optionetics, and it's a 50. I'm seeing them for sale here for like $5,000. Optionetics, empowering investors. I'm going on the main website. Does anybody know anything about Optionetics? Anyway, they seem legit. They got really good reviews. So here it is, guys, in the yeah, Ravi, I'm telling you, man, they get rid of them quick. So there it is right now in the chat room. I just put it in the chat room. I just put it in the chat room. I don't know why I think it's cutting me off here. Got me cut off of it. Optionetics. Optionetics. And there's another torrent on Extra Torrent called Start Making Money Trading Options. Start making money trading options. And I haven't started any of these two yet. But here's that one. I'm about to put this one in the chat room too. Oh, there you are, Connor. Boom. So that one's called Start Making Money Trading Options. Start making money trading options. And I think there was, I think that was the only one. And that Optionetics company, they got a few other stuff out there too. They've got a few audio books and stuff like that out there that you might be interested in. This one is also a book that I downloaded. I gotta take, eventually when I get there. The Bible of Option Strategies. The Bible of Option Strategies. That one I downloaded because it's got like freaking 5 stars on Amazon. It's got like 5 stars on Amazon. So yeah, guys, and I'm not doing this to take you guys away from penny stocks or to distract. This is something just to have another way of bringing in income, right? Because we know that if you want to become wealthy, you don't just have one way of making your money. In fact, many great traders, they trade different things. They trade different things. They trade different things. So we don't want to get tied down by having only one way to make money. So you want to be able to do things. In fact, eventually, I'd love to be able to go into futures and, a whole bunch of other things. Because we want to be able to have those options of, being good at different things. So, options made easy. Okay. Random pen, is that what is it, on YouTube or something? The options made easy, you download, you just put in the chat room. Yeah, but that Bible of Option Strategies got some really good reviews. So basically, that 9-hour course, though, I'm really looking forward to that 9-hour course. Somebody let me know how that is next week. But options is really big too. Connor got on the phone and said, man, he put 1,000 on something, woke up the next day and was up another 1,000. E. Tenson sent me an email saying, how do you connect to the chat room? Sir, how are you using? You got to have a YouTube account or a Gmail account. You got to be logged in. Once you're logged in, however you're watching me, you're going to be able to then participate in the chat room. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people are actually watching this feed, but they're not in the chat room. That's why a lot of times we have the same 30 or 40 people chatting, or 15 or 20, because the other people, for whatever reason, don't know how to get into the chat room. You got to be logged in and you got to have a Gmail account. Investors Underground Textbook Trading DVD. Yeah, that's a good DVD too. That's a good DVD too, Aaron. Do you have that? Because I have that. Yeah, it's on Pirate Bay. It's a good one too. Yeah, Jesus, we got the torrent for the Tim Sykes DVDs. What do I think about Facebook? I mean, I couldn't tell you, man. I mean, those again, when you're talking about stocks that are priced that high, you know, and that provide that you know, it's just too many facets to that business. I wouldn't even know where to start. You got companies that have teams of analysts that review that company. That's why I've always believed for investors, unless you're swing trading it or you just are a value investor, I wouldn't mess around with a stock that big. But shout out to Counter. If you have an option, you can buy options on it, make money that way. Samuel, I thought you were talking about Facebook. Oh, FAC. Okay, FAC. Yeah, man, that dump today was booty. That dump today was booty on FAC. But I don't think it was the beginning of a new trend. I honestly I don't believe it was the beginning of a new trend. Earnings for them is next week. So, a company that big, I want to see what they're doing. So I honestly want to be in the stock. And for what they're trading, it's so, at $1, the float is so small, man. That's why it moves like that. Goes up, goes down. Let me find out yeah, okay, August 9th, right? I think it's Tuesday. Let me see. I think it's Tuesday. Let me see. Is it Tuesday morning or Tuesday after hours? Hold on. I want to say it's Tuesday. But I mean, I'm not going anywhere with when it comes to FAC. When you're talking about a $400 million insurance company trading at $1.59 because where it came from, because you got to understand this was a $12 stock a couple years ago. So I'm not too eager to just, let me see, last earnings. It was up last earnings before that. Every single earnings, it jumped up. So, 832, what's up?
Hey, Sal, this is Connor, man. I just wanted to say one more thing. I'll make it quick.
No problem.
Look, yeah, I just wanted to say one thing, man. I hope I didn't make everybody make it sound like with that one thing I said, I made $1,000, make it sound real easy. Look, guys, before you get into options, because I'm going to tell you another story, which I should have tried to tell this. You got to tell the good and the bad.
Okay.
They can be very tricky. So make sure you do your extensive homework on these things, because I don't want you to do what I did. Another time, I bought a call, which normally, if stock goes, basically when you buy a call, you're just long in the stock. But there's so many factors that go into it, like time decay and implied volatility. I put like $500 in, the stock went up, and I lost money. And I didn't understand how. What it came down to is I bought it closer to expiration, and it was something to do, which I'm still not, I don't know enough about options, which St. Lucie kind of told me this. They have all these, it's called the Greeks, and the Greeks are what controls the option. Like there's delta, and then there's beta, and like one of the Greeks is basically how much the stock of your option will move with the price of the stock, and how much it'll move with how much time has went by. There's so many things that go into what determines the price of your contract going up. You know, it can get very, there you go, delta, gamma, theta, veta. Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and they can be very tricky. But once you get the basics down, it can sort of be fairly simple to just, when you start out, just buying calls and puts. It really gets complicated when you get into selling calls and credit spreads and all that. But that's not necessarily. A lot of people will tell you that's not even necessary, and they don't do all that. Now, Tasty Trade, they're big into, if you want to learn how the credit spreads and stuff, because they, like Tasty Trade, the way they trade, they're very into trading high probability trades. Now, you can do credit spreads with options that give you like a 95 to sometimes 98% probability. You know, like there's these different spreads.
Now, if you get a 98% probability of making money, I'm guessing your return is not necessarily the greatest either, right?
Yeah, exactly. Your returns aren't going to be as great. But like if you watch, because I watch all the Tasty Trades videos, that's the type of trade, a lot of the trading that they're into. They're not really into the just buying a call. They're into the credit spreads, and they have things called strangles and butterflies. They're into the more the technical stuff that gives you a higher probability, which obviously you don't get a higher return, but it's more of a, you know, safe. It's a lot safer, you know. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and you have to. I just want to tell everybody, you know, make sure. I don't want anybody to go run out there and think it's easy. You know, make sure you do your homework before you mess with them, and at least know the basics of it, you know, and what you're getting into. And definitely learn. You got to learn about the Greeks. You know, you got to learn how time and implied volatility can you know, affect the price of your options, because that's really where it comes like basically the Greeks. Whenever you learn the Greeks, it's like basically a laid out footprint of showing you exactly what controls the price, what's going to make your option contract go up and what's going to make it go down. Like I think one of them is like, say if it says 0.2, it'll be like every time the stock goes up 2 cents, your contract will go up 2 cents or whatever, depending on what. It'll be different for different contracts and different stocks, you know. But once you have to learn that, and then it'll be like time decay. Every time this amount of days go by or blah, 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 your contract will decay this much and stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely need to learn about that. But hey, not to, you know, have you rambling too long, but okay, I'm in my E-Trade, right? And it's letting me choose between basic, spreads, buy rights, butterfly, and
yeah. See, those are all the different type of like option strategies they call. I'm not sure on E-Trade, but if you should be able to. I guess it might be base, like all those butterflies and stuff. Those are all just different type of option strategies to where you would be buying more than one contract. You would be buying like a put and then selling a call or something like that. And some of them go up to 4 legs, which like you would be buying a call, selling a put, selling a call, and selling a put all at the same time, which is like. You put it basically, it gets it in, like one of them's called a strangle. It's like it gets it in a channel almost, to where if the stock stays between these prices and all that crazy stuff. But maybe on E-Trade Pro, maybe you go to basic. See if you click basic, like, and look under the calls where you see them. Where do you see like one side that says calls and one side that says puts?
All right, so let me put ANGI, Angie's List.
Now all stocks aren't going to have options. I hope they know that too.
Yeah, this one, you're right. Basically none of like the really crappy ones, right? OTC plays.
Yeah, a lot of the penny stocks are not going to have them. Yeah.
So I'm putting in Angie's List, 836. Okay, I do see they have options available, and I see call or put, and then expiration August 19th, September.
Okay, so what is Angie's List trading at right now?
$8.36.
Okay, so $8.36. I know you've been talking about you wanted to short it. So let's just say, for the hell of it, look at puts. So go to the put, look on the put side, and if you had to say right now, if you were going to buy a contract that expired in a month, what would you say you thought the stock might get to in a month from 836?
In a month, I think Angie's
Yeah.
List could be at $5 30 days from now.
Okay, so go to your puts
Mm-hmm.
and look at the different strike prices, and what do you see? Like you should see like some starting at $8, which is where the stock trades at. You'll see a thing that should see a thing on those that say ITM, in the money, because those are already in the money because they're at the price of what the stock's already traded.
Yeah.
Now, when you go to one that's $5, that one's going to say OTM, out of the money, because that's going to be out of the money. It's out of the money, you know what I mean? And it's not going to be in the money until
I'm seeing strike $2.50, $5, $7.50, and that was green, so I'm guessing that's in the money. And then
maybe so. I don't know how E-Trade works. I know on like TD and stuff, it says just ITM or OTM.
Okay, yeah, this one's not saying that. It's just highlighting this one for $7.50, and it's just saying that one's green. So.
Usually the calls will be green and the puts will be red. At least that's how it is on how I've seen it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but basically those are your different puts that you can buy, and you can buy your different strike prices on where you think the stock might go.
Mm-hmm. Now,
now
tell me this, Connor. Even though I put in put, right, the order type, it'll say like buy open, sell open, buy close, sell close. What does that mean?
Oh man, E-Trade sounds a little different.
Yeah, it looks a little complicated. Maybe
Well, you can buy or sell a put, but if you're gonna just like say if you want to just play it straight to the downside, you would just be buying a put. So you would want to choose the put you wanted, and then you would just want to hit buy.
Okay.
I think buy close means that you're putting out an order that expires whenever if you don't like basic. I think what that means, doesn't that mean that you just want to put out a limit order that'll be good and it'll sit there until the close of the market that day, and if you don't get filled by the end of the day it closes? I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, I do see here they let you. It says good for the day.
Right.
Good for 60 days, immediate or cancel, fill or kill. So yeah, they're giving me options whether or not I want to.
Right.
Yeah,
it's probably a little different on every platform. Just like anything, every platform you have to learn your platform. Everything's set up a little different, so I'm not sure how E-Trade's set up. But there should be somewhere whenever you're looking at your puts and calls, there should be somewhere, and I don't know where on E-Trade, where they should either say out of the money, in the money, or OTM or ITM. And those will be which ones you're in the money and out of the money. And stuff.
I see it here. They shade it. Okay, they'll say in the money. And, and it's letting me know puts for September 16, 2016 in the monies are colored. And the bids are like 140, ask $2 at strike prices of like $10.
Yeah. So basically you're going to be, that was basically like when you're looking at calls and puts, like your strike prices is going to be like where you think the stock will go. Now see, like the safer route, like say if you thought it's trading at 836 or whatever, 856, whatever you said it was. Now, if you were to buy a $5 put, you can probably it should be probably cheaper because it's going to be a more riskier route. Because you're not going to make money you're not going to be in the money, because in the money is when once the stock your option gets into the money and then goes past that. Like once it gets in the money, like say if you bought a $5 contract, once it gets to down to $5. Then it's in the money, and then once it goes past that, that's when you really start making your money. Once it gets in the money.
I see. Yeah, a $5 put is 25 cents, but in the money in the money at the strike price of 10 is $2. So
exactly.
Okay.
Now see, the reason is because if you were to buy like a $8 put or something like that, you're already going to be in the money. So when the stock starts dropping, you'll immediately start you immediately start making money because you're already in the money. So you buy one further out of the money, and it's going to take longer before it gets in the money. So therefore, it's a riskier trade. You get it for cheaper.
Cool.
So because that's when you start making money, whenever it crosses over into the money and and then goes further. Like when you get deep, what they call deep in the money, it gets even more you're out of the money, then it gets into the money when it hits 5, and then it goes down to 4 and 3, and then you're deep in the money, and that's when you really start making money.
Yeah. All right.
But they're cool, man. But that's all I want to say, y'all. Definitely check them out. Just make sure you do your homework. They can be very tricky. They have a lot of stuff goes into them, and just learn the Greeks. That would be the main thing you have to learn, is learn the Greeks. And all those butterflies and stuff. A lot of people tell you you don't really need to worry about that. Now, obviously, if you wanted to get deeper into it, I like learning about it just because it's cool on how you can. I just think it's cool to how you can create these channels, and because there's some people that don't even trade. Like there's a guy on St. Lucia's team. And all he does is trades volatility, like basically like whenever a stock is just like in a channel, he can capitalize on that and make money, where other people, you either need a stock to be going up or down to make money. There's ways with options where you can make money even if it's doing nothing. It's like you create these channels and stuff, and you buy like say basically if the stock's trading at 850 and you buy a call with a 10 or a 950 strike, so that's a little above of where it's trading at, and then you like sell a call or sell a put or something with like a 750 strike, $1 below. It creates like this channel, which the channels, I'm saying channels, but what they're called is standard deviations is what they're called. Kind of like with the Bollinger Bands,
Right.
How they have the different standard deviations or whatever. So it gets it in like these in between these certain deviations, and as long as the stock stays in between there, you can make money. But it gets very complicated. There's a bunch of different ways, but that's all I want to say, man. Y'all, you'll like them, Sal. Check them out, man. I think you'll like them, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, man.
Anytime.
All right, yeah. Shout out to Connor, man. Man, that's a lot of deep information he had to soak in there. See, but that's why we have this chat room, man. We got so many people in the room right now with this knowledge that a lot of us don't have. And then shout out to King Musa. King Musa knows about it. Bill Betts, Random Pen, a lot of people, Adrian, Espinal, a lot of people in here know about this stuff. We're not. So we need to get into these calls and puts. So I'm going to learn about it this weekend, so I can maybe start making some beginner videos about options, because the best way to learn is through teaching. So I can at least start from the beginning and at least be able to say what an option is. So shout out to Connor getting on the phone, letting us know. And I've had these abilities on E-Trade to trade this stuff, but I don't take advantage of it. That's why when you guys open up these premium brokers, when you open up these accounts at TD or E-Trade or Option House, when you're filling out the application and they ask you, tell us your experience level at this, and this, always say experienced. When they give you the amount of years to put in, always put 10 plus. Okay. In my account, I have the ability to buy bonds and all that. I've never traded any of this stuff. But when you open your account, you want to let them know you have the ability to do all this stuff. You know how to, you're interested in it, blah, blah, blah. Because, when it's time and you feel like you're ready to learn, the opportunity is available to you to participate in these markets. So when you're filling out that application for that premium broker, always, always, always say you're experienced at everything. Bonds, options, you've got 10 plus years, whatever it is. I know what I'm doing. Yes. Even though you're not going to use it. So that when you're ready, there's no begging. It's just boom, let's go. So I passed out that link for that 9-hour course, Optionetics. I hope you guys are downloading. I passed out the link to the Bible of Option Strategies, the definite guide, the definite reference to contemporary options trading. The one book you need by your side whenever you trade. Interesting. So that looks like a book that I'll be dipping my head into in the future. Nice, nice. Thinkorswim holds classes during the day for how to trade options. Oh, okay. King Musa, it's on the internet, or Thinkorswim is where it's at for options? Okay. What is Thinkers? I think Thinkorswim is what, $2,500 to open an account? Yeah, yeah, I did see. Yeah, JTCMF did get halted. But the SEC saw the confusion, man. The SEC will jump in there. Well, one, it got halted not just because it wasn't, in their opinion, if they didn't know it wasn't affiliated with Jet.com. JTCMF is out of what's the word for it, with OTC markets. JTCMF. It trades on the gray market. They trades on the gray market, so it doesn't even have yeah, see, it actually doesn't have a transfer agent right now. It has a transfer agent listed on OTC markets, but they're obviously not doing business with them anymore because it trades on the gray market. A gray market basically means that there's no broker dealers are not willing to publicly quote the price. Obviously, TD and maybe the premium brokers like ET, TD, and some others will, but I doubt you could probably buy it on Trade King and some other low-end brokers. But I mean, it's been out of standard for. I mean, the last report was 2006 on OTC markets. The last report was September 30th, 2006 quarterly report. That's the last SEC document they put out. So, hell yeah, if that stock were to run, it'd get halted, man. It's out of compliance. And now, if your money is stuck in there, can you imagine? You got people in there who've got 5, 6, 7, 10 grand stuck in that stock. Your stock is halted. You don't know how long it's going to be halted. You don't know when it's going to come off. There have been stocks that have been halted for days, weeks. So you're just stuck in limbo, man. You never ever want to put your money in a stock that is out of compliance. That's the one thing they teach you as a promoter. Well, they don't teach you as a promoter, but you learn as a promoter or somebody who wants to get into investor relations or investor awareness business. You never ever do business with a company that's out of compliance. Never ever do business with a stock that's out of compliance or a company that's out of compliance, because your stock will get halted. It's not even a matter of if. They're halting stocks out of compliance. Do I think Uber will go public? I don't know. They might as well. I mean, Uber to go public. I mean, Uber is such an interesting company because Uber doesn't own any assets. Uber all the assets are basically, and the liability are on the member, right? The driver. The driver assumes all the liability. Uber is basically a logistics company. Uber is a logistics company. You know, they will track, how much you're making, what they got to pay you. You know, they've got that built-in GPS, woo, woo, woo. But for the most part, Uber doesn't have any assets. They don't have any employees because all their employees are 1099. So great business, man. Just a great business. Focus on money. You say Thinkorswim is free? Thinkorswim is free to open? Are you sure about that? Henok was asking, no, because you have to carry insurance to drive Uber. You don't carry Uber's insurance. You're driving for Uber, but you take on all the liability. When you hop into somebody's Uber, you're on their insurance policy. You're not on Uber's insurance policy. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Uber has no liability whatsoever. You said the options strategies link don't work. It works. It works. Somebody says the option strategies link doesn't work. I just refreshed the page. Hold on. Let me try it myself. Yeah, exactly like delivering pizza. I mean, if you get into an accident, it's pretty much on you if you deliver pizza. That's why when you get those jobs, they go out of their way to make sure you got liability, a clean record. Yeah, it worked, man. I went to the. Oh, okay. So now, okay, yeah. Now it's saying. See, that's what I'm saying. These things is offline now. I refreshed it saying website offline. Okay, if you keep refreshing though, it works sometimes. And then if I refresh like 4 or 5 times again, it goes offline again. So it's obviously in the middle of something. Hold on. When I refresh like a couple times, you see now it's working again. So it looks like the website's on some kind of error. So let me put that again in the chat room. Let me put that again in the chat room. When I click on it though, see now I clicked on it's working. So make sure you guys go and refresh or make sure you get it, man. Get it. I didn't know Thinkorswim was free. Okay. I don't know why I always thought Thinkorswim was like $2,000 or something like that. What's up with Zinc? It's a bankrupt company, man. It's doing what, until that they come out of bankruptcy, it's gonna do what it's gotta, what it's gonna do. It's just gonna, basically go from 43 to 36, and it's gonna go into that funnel, just up and down, up and down. But if you look into Zinc and you look on a 1 month chart, I mean, it does spike. It just kind of goes from 36 to about 40 something, 36 to 40 something, 36 to 40 something, while it waits for this bankruptcy court to decide whether or not shareholders are going to keep the value of their shares, or they're just going to get fucked over and lose out on basically everything they've put into the stock. Yeah, I opened the book. There's nothing wrong with it. I opened the book. I don't see no virus or anything. Yeah, my AVG didn't pick up nothing. All right. Oh, he said the videos. Okay, Thinkorswim is free with TD. You can download it for free. Okay, excellent. I did not know. I did not know. It blocked the link to the video. I don't know why, Mitchell. I mean, it's a 9-hour thing, and download it for me. It works. I don't have no problem with it. Option ethics, option trading. It worked for me just fine. Let me see here. Yeah, it worked for me just fine. Let me see here. There it is right there.
Hi, I'm George Fontanelles. Hey, Tom, how you doing? This is Tom Gentile.
Hello,
my partner. And what we're going to do during this
Yeah,
Optionetics
it's
DVD
working for
series is
me.
we're going to go through a lot of
There it is
strategies.
right there. You guys
we want
see
you
it?
to take it slow. We want you to review the DVDs as many times as you need to try to pick up the strategies that you feel
works just
comfortable
fine.
with. We're going to go through a lot of stuff.
That's the
so,
file right
don't
there.
feel
These are-
overwhelmed.
they're
Make sure
pretty
to sit
big, too.
back, absorb the information and
How
get as
long
much
is
as you
this
can,
one?
especially if you're new to the markets. Because
Couple-
what you're going to do
couple
is you're
hours.
going up a learning curve, and we're going to take you up the learning curve as quickly
couple
as we
hours.
can. But we want you to also get as much information as you can. We're going to provide you with the resources to be
So-
successful. So what do you
Yeah,
think,
they
Tom?
work.
How are they going to become
They work.
successful here?
Well, the first thing I can
I
tell
opened
you
each
is
one
that
of them. They both work.
George and I have both been trading since 1986.
Yeah, I opened up both of them. They both work. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just sensitive or something. I don't know. But they both work. Sound great too. You said you played Sino, Sino. Yeah, that's a nice little gap up there, 160 to 260. Ooh. Again, see, man, when the first 30 minutes of the market, man, I don't. That's so risky. That's so risky. That's so risky. First 30 minutes of the market. Would have been a great short, though. Jeez, that would have been a great short. If you got it in at 260, 60 cents a share, oh my God, that would have been a beautiful short. That would have been a beautiful short. Yeah, but I'm definitely going to buy some puts on Angie's list. See, that's why I'm feeling this whole getting to learn options thing, because now I can buy a put. I don't even have to worry about it. Just buy a put and sit on it. I don't even have to worry about the stock anymore. I don't have to sit there and follow it and all that crap. When it gets there, it gets there. Yeah, Connor, I'm that's why I'm really excited. It's a 9-hour course, and I can tell it's a very professional looking operation they got there. And you're really going to learn something. So I'm really feeling that. The first video is called Fundamentals of Options. The second one is called Strategy, Overview of Spreads, Straddles and Strangles. 3. Calendars, Butterflies, and Condors. See, that's the one we were talking about. Ratio, Backspreads, and Collars. And then the last video is the 5-minute success formula, whatever that one's about. You know, but that first video is 2.5 hours. So you make sure you have your pen and paper ready, man, because this looks like it's gonna be some deep stuff. Let me see what this is about. I think this is 3.
Welcome back to the OptionX DVD series. Our intent during
Empowering
this DVD
investors
series
through
is to show you a
knowledge.
bunch of different strategies, the risks and rewards of trading, and to teach you how to go up the learning curve really fast. Hey, Tom, good to see you again.
You too, George.
What we're going to teach you during this DVD is specifically
All
a
right.
strategy called debit spreads. And it's just one
Again,
of
I
a
really like
series
the
of strategies
presentation
you're going to
there.
want to learn as a trader. And there's just so many different strategies, and these are one of our favorites. It's one of the basic beginning strategies, but it's also a great one for you to learn. Tom, what is a debit spread?
Well, actually, a debit spread involves the
Yeah,
use
that's
of more
what's
than one
up.
option here, folks. And
That's what's up. So yeah, you guys make sure you get that torrent and download that information, man, because we know information is power, man. Somebody in here might find their calling with this. Somebody in this room that might be your calling. You just might be, you know. You said I should just play the whole video and then get my account suspended, Travi. Get my whole freaking account suspended. 5 years of hard work down the drain. Let me see here. He said do it for the stream. He said do it for the stream. On days I don't want to do a show, do a video. Oh, okay, that sounds like a pretty good idea. I would have to make sure that I'm not going to get a copyright infringement flag, because you got some of these people that, you know, these videos have been out of date for damn near 10 years. Because when I first started my account, I used to do that. I would download torrents and put them up, and I would get these copyright strikes, man. I would get these copyright strikes. So we'd have to see. Let me see here. Yeah, but I'm definitely going to buy some puts in Angie's list. That played out, outdated, no use for any more service. That's going to zero. Their business is outdated and played out. Nobody's going to pay for anybody's opinions anymore. 20 years ago, maybe, but not no more. You got Google ratings now. You type in a company, you can read people's reviews right there on Google. You got sites like Home Advisor. You can go on Home Advisor completely free. Looking for a plumber, looking for somebody to do your roof, looking for somebody to cut your grass, free. So what's the point of Angie's List? Good night, Random Pen. Thank you for joining us today, buddy. Thank you for joining us today. I used to have that Ren and Stimpy sound effect when something smells like shit. You know, on the Ren and Stimpy show, they used to be like, something like that. I wanted to play that every time we look at a really crappy stock. When somebody's like, hey, what do you think about this? And I would play that stock. I would play that clip. But I can't. See, that's not it. I don't know what happened. That's not it. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah. Angie's list is fighting it. It's fighting it. It's fighting it. It's going down swinging. You're right. They're trying to. James, they're trying to. Yeah, they went free. But here's the thing. Their entire business is not built on free. Their valuation, James, is not built on a free service. So yes, James, they are going free, but their valuation is not built on free. That $8 per share stock price is not built on free. It's built on a paid service. He said fog. Let me see. Foghorn shitty smell sound effect. Foghorn shitty smell sound effect. How about that? Foghorn. No, because I'm getting foghorns, but it's like for ships and shit. Foghorn stinky sound effect. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it. Foghorn doo-doo sound effect. Poo-poo sound effect, maybe. Droppings sound effect. I don't know, man. All right, Ricky, appreciate it, man. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching, Ricky. Oh, this one's close. This one's close. All right, I'm going to have to raise the volume on that one. Foghorn cartoon sound effect. Okay. Yeah, I like that one.
Don't give me that. You're not a chicken.
What am I then, boy?
You're a loudmouth schnook.
Look at...
All right. Yeah, a foghorn leghorn. It's got a lot of good little clips I can take out too. I've kind of completely forgot about that big old chicken. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it. Yeah, man. Hey, look, don't feel bad for Angie, man. Angie got bread. I don't feel bad for Angie at all. She got bread. Nobody feels sorry for John McAfee. That man done blew $4 billion. What was it, like 400 million he blew? Nobody feel bad for him. Look at it. He's got a comeback now with MGT. That's what these entrepreneurs do, man. She got hella bread. She got hella bread, man. Angie's list Angie got a couple $100 million. I never feel sorry for somebody with money. Because they don't feel sorry for you. Shit. Yeah, I'm going to have to edit that one. That one's close. Yeah, that one's real close. It's either going to be that cartoon foghorn sound or maybe a sound of like, if it's a really bad stock, somebody like farting or something. So that's like unanimous. Like if I play that one, you like, okay, that stock is horrible. Shut up, you damn. Yeah. I mean, I haven't had a troll in a minute, so I haven't had a troll in a minute, so I'm my troll is, when that's ready, I'll play that one. But yeah, I might somebody farting. Human pooping sound. Human pooping sound effect. I swear, some of the things you find on YouTube. Human pooping sound effect. That is absolutely disgusting, bro. Do y'all hear that shit? That is fucking disgusting. Okay, I gotta stop that shit. Do you guys hear that? That's like somebody took a recorder and literally stuck it up somebody's booty hole. That's how close my nigga. That was like HD shit sounds, bro. Like that's a little too high definition for me, man. Oh, the Olympic ceremony. Yeah, yeah. The Olympics right now are the Olympics right now are on let me see. The Olympic ceremony. Is it still going on? I think they're streaming live right now, aren't they? Usually there'd be a YouTube stream. Let me see. Is the ceremony going on right now? Yeah, yeah. See, there's a stream right now. Oh, fuck. That was a booty. Ah, crap. Nice try. It was a fake. This is a fake-ass page. Let me see. Got me. That page got me. There might be a live stream somewhere on there. The ceremony's coming up soon. Call options are really interesting. Can do more with less. However, as for the sophisticated investor, not there yet. Yeah, Rhea, we put in that we learned about options today. We had a really great call by Connor. Connor called up, really broke down options for us. And Rhea, welcome to the show. And we passed out that link to download that 9-hour training course. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Carlos Torres, how much you make a year? Come on, man. Y'all always want to get a brother in trouble with the IRS. Miss Petaway. Yeah, okay. Oh, y'all talking to each other. Okay. What's going on, Mr. Hussein? Oh, yeah, that Olympic construction company. I don't know. I remember him talking about it. The Olympic construction company. I think was it the Olympic construction company or like the Blueberry, right? Jay was talking about it, or that company that's doing the power for them. I think that was GGB. I think was it GGB. They were up pretty big today too. So I don't know if that has something to do with why they were up pretty good today. GGB at 265. They were up pretty good today. Quest for Knowledge, you were talking about that tops move today. Yeah, that. Yeah, man, tops. That move was just insane by tops, man. You know, you got to understand, this was a stock that a month ago, it was $1, man. $1. $1.50, man. It was $1.50 a month ago. A month ago today, it was $1.50 stock, and now it's at $5.76. And that wasn't even the high. The high is up there at like 8 something for that day. That it popped up like that. The first or the beginning of this week. Remember, that was the runner for the beginning of this week. But yeah, and it was a big runner beginning of last month. I remember tops, man. Good night, Mark. Yeah, we about to be out of here in a little bit. It's Friday night. Y'all got something to do. I'm going to find something to do. Mitchell, I stream. Okay, so I was thinking about coming up with a new streaming schedule for next week. It was probably going to be like Monday, Wednesday. I mean, probably Monday, Wednesday. I'll think. I'll see. I'll see. I feel like that's almost a little too close. I don't know. I'll figure it out. And I thought about Wednesday, Sunday, but I don't know. I'm just gonna think about it. Said Monday, Thursday. Yeah, Monday, Thursday sounds spread out. Yeah, okay, I like that. Monday, Thursday. Monday, Thursday is nice. It sounds real spread out. Yeah, so I can start putting and making more regular material again and get back to studying. Because that's the only thing about the show is my studying is slacked off a little bit. Because I'll be reading right now. I'll be watching a torrent. I'll be watching one of these torrents that I share with you guys. You know, reading one of the hundreds of books I have downloaded. And no two books are the same. I mean, no two books are the same. When you see a similar chapter you think you read, you can skip the chapter, but every book has really good nitbit, or tidbits you can take from it. So don't sleep on these books. Good night, Dano. Appreciate you being here. Bruce, you said you're still at work, man. Yeah, Ali, I'm telling you, man, that New York and Company, people sleeping on New York and Company, man. That earnings. People sleeping on New York and Company because people are excited about it. Somebody knows something. Somebody knows something at New York and Company. And as you can see, what happened at last earnings, right? The stock lost through what, $2 right there? The stock lost $2 of value in a day. So we've got people looking for revenge. We've got people looking for an opportunity to jump on something that's gonna, make those gains back. So we'll see. New York and Company. In fact, I want to say it's Tuesday as well. Let me check on that because that was supposed to be the 4th too. But let me see. New York and Company. Okay, yeah. Sorry, my bad. August 18th. Shit. Yeah, August 18th. August 18th. All right. So I'm looking forward to apps. Apps is on Tuesday. SZSMF2 is going to be that week on the 18th. So I'm looking for a lot of great picks that are going to be coming out here really, really soon. Yes, NYW. 2 days with an option for more. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Even if I do 2 days, if we got a great pick or an unusually awesome day, I would go live. You know what I mean? But I think 2 days a week sounds good. I think 2 days a week sounds good. Good night, Rosa Gill. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. Same. Quest, what you were talking about? Sino? Oh, okay. Okay, so you're talking about the shippers. Who's got the vaccines? Bill was talking about the vaccines. Oh, yeah, I remember Jay talking about that Zika stock. Now we got that situation where in California, we had those 2 kids born with the alien heads. As I mentioned on one show before, I honestly think this Zika thing, man, it might be some kind of New World Order plan to create an alien race, man. This alien looking race. Have you seen those Zika kids? They look like a freaking, like their own race of beings, man. They're creepy looking kids. They literally look like another race of humans, man. Have you seen a kid born with Zika and those their deformed heads? Man, it's been a minute since I've been with TD, Mitchell. So I'm more partial to E-Trade now. But they both have great 24-hour customer service, and they're both good. The only reason I switched to TD is because I had a bad customer service situation with TD, and also E-Trade. At the time, I don't know if it's still it, but their margin interest rate at E-Trade was a little lower. No, I'm serious, bro. They have like alien looking heads, man. Let me see if I can find a kid with that Zika. Child with Zika head. You can't tell me this is not a freaking alien race, bro. the fuck is this? Let me show you guys what I'm talking about, man. Y'all think it's a joke. They coming after y'all. Y'all playing around. Let me see here. They trying to come after us, man. Let me see here. Let me look at this. Look at this. Tell me this is not a damn over here. Oh, over here. Damn alien, bro. This is a damn alien. What is that? What the hell is that, man? What the hell is that thing? Come on, man. That's okay. That's the opportunity for me to play this one. Oh my God. I mean, seriously. Like, no, I'm not trying to be mean, bro. I'm not trying to be mean, but come on. That's not even like that's some laboratory stuff, man. Humans have been living on this planet for thousands of years. Where did that disease come from, man? Question 9 says Sam Cassell. Yeah, Rhea G, that's what it is. But I mean, where does that disease come from? Because you don't even see that disease in ancient history. In fact, I want to, let me Google that. Because I would like anybody to find me microcephaly. Is that what it's called? Microcephaly? Somebody find me anybody with this disease prior to the 1900s. You probably won't find it, man. Probably even the 1950s or 1940s, man. I'm telling you, man, we put so much poison in our foods and all that stuff. (1947) Ryan, yeah, that's when it was quote unquote found. But think about it, 1947, man, what was going on around there, man? It was found in 1947, quote unquote. Yeah, man, it's real unfortunate. Look, I'm not trying to make fun of anybody, man. I'm just saying that's you know, this is somebody's evil idea, man. I think people are, there are people who are that evil. I honestly believe there are people who are that evil. You said it was found in Uganda. Yeah, they've been doing experiments on Africans for centuries, man. They've been doing experiments on Africans, man. Yeah, they always do, man. And I feel sorry for our healthcare professionals here in America because y'all the front lines dealing with that crap, dealing with the fear and the panic. You remember when Ebola was going crazy, man? Yeah, people thinking they were going to get Ebola just touching somebody. You know, and that was just a little test. That's all they did. They ran a little test in West Africa just to see how fast it'll spread, how fast we can get it under control. It was a test. That's what that was. There's no disease that this planet has not already created a cure for. But those are not diseases made by nature, man. Those are not diseases made by nature. Ebola is just not. HIV, I don't believe it, man. You can't tell me a disease like HIV is created by nature. You can't find it. Somebody show me somebody who was suffering from HIV prior to 1950, 1960, 1970s. These people out here are sick, man. You gotta understand they're using people as test subjects. These people are evil, bro. You know, you got people out here killing people for their hearts and their, like some of these people who are running away from Syria and from countries in Africa, and you got people in India killing each other, stealing their freaking organs and stuff, man. Using them for all types of, I mean, people are evil out here, man. You know, the United States government intentionally implanted people, black men down south, with syphilis for like 20 years, man. They were running experiments on these people. You can Google that. And not one of these people were paid a dime. You got people out here evil, man. Oh yeah, man. I've always believed, especially when it comes to cancer and stuff, they're not trying to cure that, man. Let me tell you something. That cancer hustle is big money. Cancer is a big hustle. Yeah, we running 5 miles for breast cancer. Yeah, yeah. Hey, you guys want to come out to the walk? It's only $25. Hey, you guys want to, hey, pink for the cure. It's only $30. Man, that's a big hustle, man. That cancer stuff is a big hustle. You got some of these companies making billions on this. And they've already been showing cures, people using lasers, people using all kind of natural healing cures and stuff. They know they got cures for all this stuff, man. Exactly, Miss Petaway. They're not trying to cure that. Oh, of course, Clay. Of course. Of course, Clay. They've been trying to do that, man. People out here sick. You know, now what they're trying to do is create genetically perfect people. You guys, I don't know if you've been watching the news. I've been watching the news, and they're trying to create genetically perfect people where you can start DNA splicing and start putting in certain traits you want in your child and stuff like that. And of course, none of these people will be people of color. None of them. None of them will be people of color. And they will be here to practice the system of white supremacy. But there will be a different race. There will be a separate race to oppress even the other white people around them. They'll be like a superior race, superhumans. Yeah, that's that. They'll be superhumans, literally. Oh yeah, they're trying to get there. They're trying to get there. Oh yeah, man. I've been woke, man. I've been into that conscious stuff. I read a lot of those books and all that stuff, man. Oh yeah, that Crohn's disease too is a hustle. What was that little thing where it stocks and heals? Is that the disease you were talking about where people were throwing ice on their heads and stuff? Man, you have black folks out here cooning it up. Cooning it up. Hey guys, dunk some ice on me. I challenge you to get ice dumped on yourself and make a donation for $10,000 while you're at it. Yeah, they had TD Jakes. There's a video of TD Jakes out there getting his self drenched. And I like TD Jakes. I think TD Jakes, he's on some good stuff sometimes. He be giving some deep stuff.
Joel.
He did that little ice bucket challenge. Yeah, that's what it was called. The ice bucket challenge 2 years ago. The ice bucket challenge. And that ice bucket challenge, a lot of people, they didn't realize that was just a distraction from the Trayvon Martin situation. That's what that was about. Just after the Trayvon Martin situation, oh, everybody's gonna get that ice bucket challenge. You can look it up. I mean, Trayvon Martin was like like a month or two before, and then all of a sudden everybody started doing this ice bucket thing. It was just distraction. That's all. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, I agree. I agree. People got to eat better. People got to eat better. You know what I'm saying? Stay away from the Popeyes. Stay away from a lot of these other stuff. But man, whoo, that 3-piece and the biscuit, boy, that hit the spot sometimes, man. I can't deny it. That crispy chicken, mm, mm. Nigga, shit. When you hungry, that 3-piece and a biscuit. But, you know, you got to do better, though. Got to do better. See, the vegan lifestyle, man, is so, oh, yeah. See, I don't eat pork. I don't eat pork. I do not eat pork. I absolutely do not eat pork. When I found out that pigs will eat, uh, a pig will eat another pig within a barn. Some of these farms basically, if a pig dies in the little, whatever cage or whatever that they have where they all running around, the other pigs will sometimes eat the dead carcass of that other pig, man. That's nasty as hell, bro. That's nasty. Yeah. But man, there used to be a time where we lived, you know, I believe that there was a time where we lived to 200, 300 years, man. Science has already proved that there was a time when Earth had more oxygen than it has now. When people lived 200, 300 years, we've already proven that. We've already proven that. We've already proven that. We just rediscovering stuff the Egyptians were doing. If we could go back in time and pick up an Egyptian, homie, we'll have a cure for everything. We'll have a cure for everything. Pick up one of those brothers that was probably a curator at the Library of Alexandria. Google that, the Library of Alexandria. That's where the world's knowledge was located, man. Pick up one of them brothers that used to clean up that spot. You say, oh, you suffering from a genetic debilitating disease? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I need you to get me that plant, and that plant. You good to go. Yeah, man. We just rediscovering old information, homie. There's already an ancient computer. People were saying they discovered. Google, you can Google that, the ancient computer. It was like a handheld computer, man. You can Google that. Brother Polite. Brother Polite is funny. Yeah. The thing about vegans, though, man, you need your protein, man. Your mind needs protein. So what are you doing with the protein? Physical illness starts with the mind. I believe that. Yes. Yes, sir. What are you doing with your protein, though? If you're a vegan, yeah, I've been doing the whole alkaline, drinking alkaline water. I wish I could get it cheaper, because alkaline water tends to be a little bit more expensive than the other bottles of water. So I've done the whole like drop a lemon in there and all that stuff. But if you do the lemon thing, you got to drink the whole jug pretty quick. You can't let it sit in there for, you know, more than like 2 days. Yeah. I don't think there's anything bad with meat at all. It's just that the kind of meat we're eating, man, the kind of meat we're eating now is full of so many poisons. That's why lately, when I buy my beef, I've been going to some of these farmers markets. I've been going to some of these farmers markets, man, and I'll be the only brother over there. But, you know, and the meat's a little bit more expensive, but you can taste the difference, man. If you get some of that GMO free beef, you can taste the difference, man. Yeah. What's going on, Mr. Flores? Okay, James is saying just squeeze a lime in the water. Okay. Yeah, Bass. Well, a lot of people are dying, especially people of color, man. You know, a lot of us are dying through the stress, man, because stress causes disease. A lot of us are dying because of stress. Stressed out with the bills, stressed out because many of us are living paycheck to paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not going too heavy with the beef, like I used to. I'm more of a chicken person now. I'm going to a chicken person now. I only eat once a day. Believe it or not, I only eat once a day. I just have to eat healthier. I only eat once a day. I eat one time. Like today, I only ate one time. I don't eat breakfast. I don't eat any. I just eat once a day. I read what's that book? I'm not a Muslim, but I read the Elijah Muhammad book, Message to the Black Man, and he talks about how you don't need to eat all the time and stuff. I read that like when I was like 17. I'm not even a Muslim, but I respect those guys and what they do because they got their own little community, they got their own little businesses, and that's why you don't see one of them Nation of Islam guys getting messed up. They know not to mess with those dudes. Them Nation of Islam dudes, they got their own lawyers, they got their own accountants, they got their own little. They marry among each other. They got their own thing going on. Say penny stocks got you starving. That's funny. Yeah, man, I'm not a Muslim, but I wanted to see what they was talking about because that's a book that's been in circulation since the 1940s, bro. I think since actually 1930s, if I'm correct. Elijah Muhammad, born Elijah Poole, you know, taught in Detroit by Master Fard Muhammad, a man who basically showed up in Detroit when black people were on the lowest of low, and he brought what he believed was a message, and that message was Islam. And 1920s, 1930s Detroit, um, you can only imagine. You're only what 40 years, 50 years removed. It was about 60, 70 years removed from slavery. You still had many people coming from the South migrating up. Many have nothing to live for, no businesses, no jobs. At that time, you had many of the whites in Detroit. They had set up unions to specifically ostracize black people from the workforce. That's why I always, when I see a union, unions are anti-black. Never ever join a union. Unions are bad for people of color, especially. Bad. Unions are bad news. Unions are bad news for people of color. Yeah, yeah. Stocks and heels. You might have my girl's body type too. She's short, very bottom heavy, very bottom heavy, thick thighs, thick calves. I mean, just big old butt, really bottom heavy. But yeah, we everybody can eat better, man. Everybody can eat better because that thick body type and what we're celebrating the whole thickness right now. But man, if we don't get it together, it's gonna end up killing people, man. Some of these girls out here We calling them thick this and thickness that. It's killing some of these girls, man. Seriously, some of these girls, they're gonna need some help in a couple years, man. Yeah, some of these girls are gonna need some help. And we got a lot of these guys out here, you know, especially when you go on Instagram. Good God. Niggas so thirsty, bro. Please stop sweating these girls on Instagram. Please. These women have nothing to offer, man. They have nothing to offer. Look, when I started making money on stocks, you know, I was like, you know, I had some money, you know what I mean, had a little, you know, I started hitting up some of these girls on IG, like, yo, you know, let me take you out to the casino, boo, 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 boo. And almost universally, you meet these girls off Instagram, they broke as fuck in person, man. These girls ain't got a dollar to their name. They don't have nothing going on from them for themselves. And then you come to find out a lot of them are prostitutes, man. They're not like good girls. Me, I was so naive. I'm thinking, you know, they just in the mirror and, you know, trying to do that. Their Instagram is prostitution, man. It's not even gold digger, dude. It's prostitution. I'm thinking I'm taking this girl out to kick it with her, you know, on some like I want to be your man type shit. They're like, nah, baby, it's gonna be $1,500 for me this weekend. I'm like, what? $1,500? You know how many 000 stocks I can buy with $1,500? Fuck out of here. Yeah, man, these girls are selling ass on Instagram, man. I was so naive. I was so naive. I'm thinking that they just want to kick it. I didn't even know that's IG. Yeah, James, IG is back page, man. It's just back page, but just more blatant. It is back page. Instagram is back page now. That's basically what it is. So when you see these pages where all the girls are just twerking all day and doing shit like that, that's all they doing is selling ass, bro. Yeah. Just saw a girl random, and you know, I was still in Detroit at the time. This girl had like 40,000 followers. I'm like, okay, you in my city, I'm in the city. I'm still let's do something. Let me take you see the Tigers. Let me, you know, let's go see the Lions. Let's just do something. You cute, you pretty. So nah, boo, it's gonna cost $1,500. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here. You say gotta give her a stock tip? Hell no, man. Erica Mania. Erica Mania. I'm not sure who Erica Mania is. And all these girls got different names and all that. Ugh, I can't stand those made up names. Erica Mania. Oh, Erica Mina. Maybe that's what Google's telling me. Erica Mina. That I guess she used to date Bow Wow. Yeah, that's a nice little body. She's got a nice little body. Okay, it's like slim, but she's got curves though. But it's like slim with curves. All right, Hispanic chick. Hispanic, but she looks like she could pass for black. She could almost pass for black. Erica Mena. Yeah, she looked like she could pass for black. Yeah, man, they got all kind of booty models and all. These girls ain't going nowhere, man. They ain't got nothing to offer, man. Dudes ain't gonna wife these girls up. Come on, you already know how it go down, man. You already know how it go. Let me tell you something. If you got a big old stinky booty like that, you're not gonna end up with no respectable dude. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna end up with a respectable dude. He's not gonna take you around when your booty is that big like that. What's that one girl? What's his name? Tommy Sotomayor had made a video on. Y'all know that coon Tommy Sotomayor. He had made a video about this girl with the big butt. God, what's her? I think it was. She's on Instagram. Like really, her butt is like huge. What's her name? I know y'all niggas know her name. Uh, real. Let me see. Yeah, but I'll find it. It might come to my mind. But anyway, yeah, you're not gonna end up with no respectable dude. You know what I'm saying? Like what's her name? Oh, yeah, Poetry Travis. I know you niggas know who that is. You can't tell me you don't. If you don't know who Poetry Travis is, you a damn lie. You a damn lie. Light skin with big titties. Let me find at least a tasteful picture I could put up of her. Poetry Travis. Let me find see, she don't really got nice face. She got a nice face. You know, if I could find a decent. Okay, this is a decent picture of her. Let me put up this picture of Poetry Travis. Look at this girl. A respectable dude is not gonna end up with a girl like this. You're not gonna end up with. You're not gonna be walking around with a girl who looks like that, bro. You're not gonna marry a girl like that. People gonna think you got a fetish or something. And those are real. Those are real, by the way. Those are real. A respectable dude, she's not gonna end up with no doctor, no pastor, no real good dude. You know, those girls respect those guys, you know, guys who chase after girls like that. You just trying to fuck, bro. You just trying to fuck. And that's the thing is that, and every guy, you know, when you go out with a girl who looks like that, everybody knows you just trying to fuck. Oh, like, oh, he must be a titty gang. You know what I'm saying? He's a titty guy. Everybody know, oh man, you know, you just playing around with that. You ain't gonna marry that. Everybody know you just trying to smash, homie. And you know you just trying to smash. Yeah, that's her again too. You know you just trying to say two big old basketballs on her chest. And a lot of NBA niggas hit her up, a lot of NFL niggas on her Instagram, or what she used to on her old Instagram. And don't get me wrong, I'm a man. I follow her. Again, I would never bring her around my mother, never bring her around my sisters. You know? But real talk. A lot of dudes hitting her up on the DM. You said Persian baddie? Yeah, Persian baddie is another one with the big old fake butt. She's the one who got Gilbert Arenas in trouble a little bit. Persian baddie. And Gilbert Arenas, not to change the subject, but man, that dude used to be an NBA elite player, man. I don't know what happened to him. I mean, yeah, he got hurt, but injuries don't make you fall off that bad. Gilbert Arenas went from an NBA All-Star to just a joke of the league, man. You know, and this and you know, these Instagram models, again, it's just black men hyping these women up. That's all it is. It's just black men hyping these women up. And don't get it twisted. So, yeah, these white boys and you know, Hispanics and all of them, they love these women too. But for the most part, it's black men out here pushing them. Well, Clay, you have to be sexually attractive. Yes, I mean sexually attractive to a woman or attracted to a woman. But at the same time, bro, you not going to marry like your fantasy. Most guys will not marry their fantasy. You see what I'm saying? Your fantasy may be a big ass donkey booty, you know, but you're not going to bring that to your mama. You know? So I'm, you know, I'm just saying. At the end of the day, I know brothers who have gotten married, and I know the kind of dudes, the kind of girls that they used to date. I know the guys the kind of girls they used to date. You know, but those are not the type of girls they married. Those are not the kind of girls that they married. Have a good night, Stocks and Heels. You know, those are not the kind of guys that they married, man. I mean, kind of women they married. They ended up marrying a very nice, you know, a woman with she's got some curves, but they're not like, ooh, she walked in a room and her ass is jiggling everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're not, man. You got to understand, man. A lot of brothers out here will mess around with really trashy women, but when it comes down to finding wifey, they switch up real quick. They switch up real quick. I've been watching a lot of the older dudes I grew up with, man. They switched up. A lot of the dudes I grew up with, they switched up, man. Messing with straight hoes, bro. Just, they know she a hoe. Every time they, you saw this girl with him, she had on sweatpants. You know that girl. Everywhere she is, she walking around with sweatpants, ass jiggling everywhere. But when this nigga turned 35 and it was time to buckle down, he went and got up a laced up business suit wearing sister who goes to church type female. And I'm talking about a guy I grew up with. He was older, much older than me, but I remember him from the playgrounds because he used to watch out for me and stuff. But all my childhood life, I remember all he did was mess around with hoes, dude. Women knew I'm looking like they was hoe type chicks. Hoes, though. But you see him and his wife walk into the room now, you think this brother was just like that one couple in the church, you look like they just perfect for each other. That's how they look when they walk into the room now. You thinking this brother was they've been together forever, and hell no, man. He just went straight, that's all. And a lot of brothers just end up going straight. Mitchell, yeah, you can sign up with your parents on an account. Yeah. Yeah. I'm missing. I can't find a live stream for this Olympic thing. I don't know. I probably already missed it. I probably already missed it. I probably already missed it. You know. But we got to do better in the community overall, man, because especially us brothers, we got to get our money together, man. Us black men, we got to get our money situation right, man. We got our women out here doing stuff to pay the bills, man. It's not cool, bro. It's not cool. That's why we got a problem with, that's why I got a problem with Instagram. I got a lot of problem with what's going on because, man, as black men, we don't got our money situation right, man. Our money is funny, bro. Our money is funny. Our money is too funny, man. That's why we got a lot of sisters out here, twerking and doing all kind of foolishness because our money ain't right, man. It's not right. Niggas tripping off the fact that your girl asking for $20, $30, bro. Come on, man. Nah, that's not right. So you already know the man not gonna ever pay you what you worth. So you might as well do your own thing, man. You already know. Show me an educated black man with masters this and doctorate this, and I'll show you an underpaid man. I'll show you an underpaid man. And then you got some brothers out, you never even got a chance from the day you were born. You might as well just go do your own thing. James, you said, what's the goal? Well, my personal goal is I just want to be independently wealthy. I just want to be independently wealthy where you have like a lot of people, especially in the Connecticut area, where they have family trust, right? So they have a family trust where, great grandpa or something like that made some money. And the family's job is just basically maintenance on the money and management of the wealth for eternity. That's basically what it is. That's all I want to do. I want to have my family, and all we do is manage our wealth. That's all we do. We live off our wealth. We feed ourselves off our wealth, but we don't work for anything. We don't have any kind of physical assets that we have to make. We're going to have gold and all that stuff, but for the most part, our job is the management of the wealth. You know? So eventually, yeah, I want to get into real estate. I want to get into all those things, but and that will come in due time. That will come in due time. You know, so you bringing in your kids, and they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. One kid is do this, and all right, we need one kid to do that. I'm not with that whole like you can grow up to be whatever you want to be. You're gonna be what I tell you you're gonna be. That's what Asian people do. You don't grow up in the Asian family and say, I want to grow up and I want to, you can't grow up in an Asian family and become a social worker. Okay? You can't grow up in an Asian family and become a telemarketer. It's not happening. From the day you come out of the vagina, there is a plan for you, and your job is to follow that plan. We just live in this westernized society where we grow up with this idea like we just, we if you bring a child into the world and it's just like, okay, whatever happens, happens. And it don't work that way. Anywhere outside of America, there is a plan. There is a plan. Only in America you grow up and it's just like, oh, that's not, not my kids. Yeah, that's all I want. That's right. Just take what I've built and make it better. And that's exactly what Asian people do. That's what Asian people do. Asian people pass on wealth greater than any other group of people. You go in, I already made a video about this. You go into an Asian store, they got a 6-year-old at the cash register sometimes. And you will sit there at your grown ass, and that Asian kid, 6 years old, will take your order. And you don't have a damn choice. You will sit there and give him his order while he trains to become a millionaire. Facts, homie. That's real talk. These people out here living a plan. But it's just us as black people, we out here, just thugging it and loving it. No plan, no nothing. And that's not everybody, because sure enough, we have our black elite too, but most of them are just cooning it up. Most of them are just cooning it up. They over there playing the light skin game. Playing boule basically means servant to the king. That's all they're trying to do. And they're not really, and most of them, they don't really have any significant wealth. They're just passing down positions. They're passing down positions, but positions, I mean, what is a position? Many of our uppity blacks within our community, within our ethnic group, they're just passing down positions. That's all. Titles. That's all they're doing. They don't have anything. That's why I'm not impressed by no light-skinned black person, no dark, nothing. You don't own shit. You in the same position as me. You don't own shit. You still a victim of white supremacy and you don't own shit. You ain't got no hospital. You ain't got no factory. You ain't got no business. You ain't got shit. Show me a light-skinned black person, and I'll just show you somebody who's treated somewhat nicely in the system of white supremacy. We all in the prison. Your dinner roll is just a little bit bigger than mine. That's it. That's all. Yeah, Roland Martin is a coon. Roland Martin, he is a coon. Okay? Roland Martin is a coon. Yeah, well, if I were to get into real estate, for me, it'd be all be about apartments, man. We're moving into an apartment society now. You know, a lot of people out here aren't buying, especially when I'm looking around. We got a lot of people who aren't buying homes. They're living in apartments. Yeah, again, but exactly, stocks and heels. But that goes back to living a plan, man. We got people out here who don't have plans. That's one of my biggest problems with, sometimes when I meet a woman, you know, the way sometimes I meet a woman, the way, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna flirt, we're gonna talk, but eventually we need to get to a point where we get to the bottom of what is this gonna be about. And that conversation is not to, jump around the bush. We need to really start, what is this gonna be about? What are you gonna compromise on? What are we gonna, decide to do? What is gonna be the code? And a lot of sisters ain't ready to talk about that. You ain't really ready for what you think you want. So I've had to charge some women to the game, you know, because you got a lot of sisters out there who, they just want to be in the passenger seat. They just want you to spend the money. You know what I'm saying? They want to sit at your house, watch cable TV all day. LaSalle's on the computer trading. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just going to sit here and throw him some pussy and, everything's going to be okay. No, it's not going to happen like that, boo. You know? It's not going to happen like that. You know, yeah, every time I meet a sister, eventually, a month in, 2 months in, I get a story like, oh, you know what? Today, I just, you know what? I just feel like that job is just like, it's not for me no more. Like, I just feel like it's not for me no more. I mean, come on, babe. I mean, I can stay at home and like I can go to school online and, I could just kick it here with you. It's like, boo, come on. I know where this is going. But if you want to stay at home, okay, so are you ready to start popping them out? Are you ready to start popping them out? Because if that's going to be the case, you want to stay at home, you know, I'm going to need you to start popping them out, and let's start getting on this homeschool thing, you know, for the first couple years, right? And then we, you know, first grade, they go into school doing whatever they do. You know? Yeah, 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 yeah. Very educated, you know, black women too are really good, you know. Oh, hell no. There we go, Astro with the white women again. There you go, Astro with the white women again. Come on, bruh. Hell no, bro. Hell no, man. Hey, Astro, this is for you, man.
Get out of here, you damn nigger!
Get up out of here with that bullshit, man. Come on, man. Hell no, bro. I don't need no white woman around me, bro. And again, I'm not saying that to be racist. People say, "Oh, you're right." No, I'm not that. My thing is, very rarely do you see an interracial couple in their late 60s. There's one meme out there of like this one interracial couple. It's like one couple that they show that was like married in the 1940s, and they're still married now. They're like, that's like the one couple they can find to keep putting everywhere. You know? Man, a white woman will put you on child support so damn fast, bro. I don't have no experience of that. But a black woman, if a black woman, she'll at least, you know, depending on her background too, she might not run to child support. Because I know a lot of brothers who are not on child support but got kids out here. You know, you just gotta, you know, make sure that if you are gonna be out here doing your own thing, don't throw it in her face. Because if you throw it in her face, she's gonna put you on child support. Nah, man, nah, man. That's the problem. You niggas out here messing with these white women. You need to stop that, man. You need to stop that, bro. Because a lot of these women are still out here practicing white supremacy, man. You know? And you niggas who love these white women, y'all be in the bedroom having them say all type of crazy shit. Oh my God, yes, give me that nigger dick. Oh my God, that big nigger dick. Oh, y'all be into that nasty shit. Interracial couples are all about that sick race play shit, man. Y'all be into that, yeah, man. No, real talk, no. Real talk. They be in that race play shit, man. Real talk, bro. Interracial couples, man, they be in that race play shit, man. They be in that shit heavy. Don't lie. You ain't gotta lie, man. Don't lie. You said, do I have proof of this? No, I don't have no proof, but I know I know that's what y'all be into. I know that's what y'all be into. Said ghetto white girls are the most dangerous thing walking. Y'all ain't y'all. There's no love, man. It ain't about no love. Ain't about no damn love. Ghetto white girls are the most dangerous thing walking on the earth. Hey Ken, what? Hey, what makes you feel that way? Ghetto white girls. You know, it's always been weird. You know, when I see a white woman that talks very, you know, I don't want to say talks black, but you can tell she's associated with people of color most of her life. That's what I like to say. Women are women. It don't matter what. Oh my God, man, y'all love some white women in here. Whew, Lord Jesus. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I read the book Message to the Black Man. I read the book Message to the Black Man. Yeah, them dudes who date interracially, man, it's a dead end road, man. It's a dead end road. Hey Jerry, it's it's down a little bit, but I still think long term it's a good play. No, but stocks and heels. The thing about it is that they don't want no black woman. That's their thing. They don't want no black woman. That's all. You see that? You see, Clay just said it right. Boom. There you go. Black women are very aggressive and will fight the hell out of you. Man, get out of. No, black women. See, when you let me break down. Let me break it down for y'all, man. Because you see, black women are just tired of fucking with niggas who ain't got a plan for them, man. Black women are tired of fucking with niggas who ain't got a plan. You know what I'm saying? Niggas out here ain't got no plan for these women. You know what I mean? You don't you okay, you meet a sister, you not letting her know, what your goals are. And if you are letting her know what your goals are, a lot of brothers ain't following through. You know what I mean? I'm the failure of the black community starts with the black man. It starts with the black man. You not brothers out here are just not getting it done, man. He's not getting it done. Jerry Gonzalez, I take care of black women. That's funny. Yes, Ken, you're right. Black women don't have respect for black men because they've met black men who don't have no respect for themselves. That's the fact, man. Show me a black woman who doesn't have respect for black men, and I will show you a black woman who's been verbally abused, physically abused, sexually abused, probably walked out on by her father. Real shit. Jimmy Minor, this is Friday. If you don't know what Friday is, man, see you on Monday, homie. Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, I'm not gonna blame no woman for nothing, bro. Maybe it's the African in me, but I'm not gonna blame no woman for nothing. I'm a man, you know. You got people on YouTube that blame women for everything, man. Blaming these black women out here. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm gonna start bringing some beer on Fridays. I love beer. I just got into beer recently. A guy at my job got me on beer when I was working at T-Mobile, and it's only been like 2.5 years since I've been drinking beer, and I like it, man. I like it. Yeah, beer, man, beer. Miller Genuine Draft, especially. But yeah, man. These black women who don't respect black men, that's not true. Black women love ignorant niggas. That's not true, man. Black women don't love ignorant niggas. You fall into that black women love thugs thing. That's not true. It's because the ignorant niggas got money. You can say what you want. The ignorant niggas got money. The ignorant niggas is out here providing for these women. The nigga who's smart and you know thinks he's about something is cheap as fuck. You cheap as fuck. You ain't trying to take no girl out to eat. You ain't really not trying to have no fun. See, that's the thing is like a lot of educated black men, y'all don't really know how to have fun, man. These black women, you know that song "Girls Want to Have Fun," just like white women. White women have, white men. They know when they take their women out, it's about fun. They want to go out and engage, do some traveling. You know what I'm saying? A lot of educated black men, y'all don't want to just have a good time with these women. These women want to go out and have a good time, man. A lot of you niggas is out here too serious. Y'all too damn serious. What's going on, LK Rock? James, you think I'm gonna trip on one subscriber, bro? Come on. If you're gonna see that's that black man attitude. That black man attitude, because I'm not saying something you agree with, oh, I'm not gonna fuck with him. See, that's you can't do that, man. See, that's the problem. As black men, we gotta be able to respect other men's opinions, man. We gotta be able to respect other men's opinion. if you don't like my opinion, you got to be able to say, okay, you know what? I agree with you with this and this, but, you know, I don't agree with his thing on that. It is what it is. But if you just trying to fuck with somebody who only thinks from your point of view, dude, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's very true. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, he said he tried to threaten me, and you see that's that again, that you know, that false black man ego. Hey Sal, you're about to lose a subscriber, nigga. Who are you? Nigga, who are you? And James, I'm not saying that out of disrespect. I'm not saying that out of disrespect. I'm not saying that out of disrespect. But we got a lot of black men out here. You think you somebody and you ain't shit. You ain't shit. I'm not, again, I'm not being disrespectful because I'm a victim of white supremacy too. I'm a prisoner. I'm doing the best I can with what I have. But I'm very much a realist. Clay said like he's paying $59.99. Oh man. What do I feel about Mexican? I respect the Mexican. I respect the Mexican. I got respect. These Mexicans are coming down here having 5, 6 kids by the same woman and taking care of business. I respect that. 774, you're on the air.
Hello?
What's going on? You on the air. Who's speaking?
This is Josh.
Josh, what's going on?
Not much. I just called. I saw your number on the live stream.
Okay. How can I help you? Man, fuck out of here. What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Flawless victory.
Oh, okay. Hey, I just saw your call on the call screen, and just fucking up the whole vibe. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's fucking up the whole vibe. You know what? I'm gonna treat you like this because you ain't probably never been treated like this before. Where's that at?
Get out of here, you damn nigger!
Get out of here, man. Get out of here. 774, what do you want?
Yo, I just called. I'm back. What's your name? Your name's Sal?
Man,
Get out of here, you damn nigger!
get up out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, man, what's your name, man? Fuck out of here with that bullshit, man. Fuck out of here. But no, somebody was talking about that the Mexican. Yeah. I mean, I respect these Mexicans, man. These Mexicans out here getting it, bro. They out here getting it. They out here getting their money. You know? But some of these Mexicans be on that racist bullshit too. Some of these Mexicans be on that. You see, there you go. Jerry, you're a Mexican and you're supporting Donald Trump, bro. What kind of bullshit is that? A Mexican supporting Donald Trump? Bruh. Jerry. A Mexican supporting Donald Trump? Get the fuck out of here, man. Please. Jerry, they out here disrespecting your people, bro. They're out here disrespecting your people. These people out here talking about deporting people who look like you. Deporting people look like you. And you did hear what Donald Trump said about that Mexican judge, right? He basically said he wasn't qualified to do his job because he was Mexican. Are you serious? Joshua, do you not know what Friday is? You know what? Get the fuck out of here. Where's that guy at? Where's that? Where's it? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, man, they trying to deport Mexicans, bro. They disrespecting your people. Yeah, I got him the fuck out of here. You want to talk about stocks like tomorrow's the damn market is open. Nigga, please. The market is closed tomorrow. Chill the fuck out. But Mitchell, you look, the white people calling the Hispanics illegals, they are descendants of illegals. They are descendants of illegals. What are you talking about? The Mexican immigrant is more native. Man, let's get to the science here. The Mexican so-called immigrant is more native to the Americas than the white man telling him he don't belong here. That's facts, homie. Come on. Real shit. You better go back and learn about some of these kingdoms that were here in the Americas, man. Do you know about the kingdom of gosh, I hope I'm not pronouncing it wrong, but it's called like Aztlan or something like that. But man, these many of these Hispanics are actually Indians, right? So many of them are actually Indians. And within Hispanic culture, there's a weird little thing too when if you look more Hispanic and you look more white, and there's a beef there too. There's a little rift. Most of that caused by, you know, people in a dominant society. Aslan, there we go. Yeah, these Indians were already here. They were already here. This is their land, man. These Indians were already here. So what right do you, Donald Trump, a descendant of Germania, got to tell these Indians that they don't belong here? It don't work that way. Yeah, Zero, call up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Call up. Call up. That's real shit. Yeah. Oh yeah. These Indians, many of these Indians, they brought in blacks. That's why you see this on my hat right now. You see this on my hat right now? It's called the Seminole. There's no such thing as a tribe called Seminole Indians. A Seminole is a word for runaway. Runaway slaves. They were black people who ran away from plantations from Georgia, Alabama, all those areas, and they didn't make it north. Back in the day, you didn't run north, you ran to Florida because Florida was owned by the Spanish, and you could be able to run to some of these Indian tribes, and the Spanish would call you a Seminole. You were a black runaway. That's real shit. So when you see this hat, nigga, I'm talking about runaway slaves. I'm talking about runaway slaves. Seminoles, they were a warrior race of black people, bro. Do the research, homie. They were black people who ran away from plantations and settled in Florida. Yeah. Seminole Indian. There's no such thing as a Seminole Indian. Do the research. Seminoles were black people. Black runaway slaves and their descendants who merged in with Creeks and a whole bunch of other Indian tribes in Florida. And they went all across, just really sticking it to the United States. Eventually, they had to bring in a damn army to put them down. But the Seminole Indians were warriors, bro. So people think when I wear this hat, they think, oh man, you a Florida State fan? I don't give a fuck about Florida State. Nigga, it's about that warrior on this hat right now. That's what it's about. 323, what's good?
What up, man? Hearing all this madness going on, man. What's up? What's going on?
Man, no madness, baby. It's Friday, baby. We talk about anything that comes to mind. What's good?
Yeah. So I was reading in the chats and stuff. Like I'm Mexican American. My pops is Mexican American. I'm like first generation Mexican American here. I'm going for Trump. You know what I'm saying? Because some of these Mexicans, they're ignorant and they don't know. They're bringing some of their values from Mexico and they're bringing up here, and that's all with the corruption, and they're just not giving a shit. They see a free meal and they come up and get it, you know. I
Okay.
work with Mexicans.
So
You know what I'm saying?
So you're a Mexican and you're against other Mexican people.
No, I'm a Mexican American.
Okay, so you're a Mexican American. Are you saying you don't identify with these people who are crossing the border right now?
No, man, because some values, you know, it's a big complicated story. Because once again, it goes down to values. How your parents brought you up. There's Mexican values. The Mexican value is that hard worker, the one that works hard, works hard for his family. Like I'm saying, I could have been a deadbeat dad. I could have not went up and took care of my kids, you know, but I didn't. I have those values.
Let me ask you
hardworking
this.
values.
Let me ask you this then. Do you honestly believe that a majority of the people who are crossing the border to come to America for opportunity, as did the people who are telling them that they don't belong here, do you honestly believe that a majority of them do not work hard, do not want to provide for their families, and do not want to become, honorable American citizens?
Like I said, it's all politics in the end. It's all politics because they're escaping a crooked government, a corrupted government to come here in America for, there's welfare, there's all this stuff that's happening for Mexicans or any immigrant in general that comes here, and some people take advantage of it. They see it as a free, they're having babies. Man, I work with the Mexicans that their kids, which are first or second or third gen Mexican American, they're going for Trump too, but they're too scared because everyone is a silent majority because they know what's up. It's common sense. You see everything that's going on here, and you want something that's better, and you're going to go for the thing that's better. Common sense tells you, well, if this is happening and this is happening, well, I'm going to think and go and know what's right and go for what's correct.
So you think,
and that brings me down to Trump.
So you think that these Mexicans who've been in this country, paying taxes, right, providing their goods and services to the American people, most of them under the table, living in silence, right, because they can't get a lot of the papers that they need to become legal citizens, you think that we should round them all up and send them back to Mexico?
You see, that's an over-exaggeration of a statement that Trump had made.
No, that's what he said. He said he wants to deport these people back to Mexico. That's what he said.
The ones that are here illegally, the ones that are here that are doing crimes, you see all those Mexicans some of them that got released, like in San Francisco, the one that murdered that lady on the beach. There is, let me tell you something. I'm in East LA. And we have some people that call maniacos. They're like sick, perverted ones. And these Mexicans, my daughter's 10 years old. She's already developing, blossoming and stuff. I see these Mexicans driving around, sick fucks, looking at them, check them out like pervs. And I've done that as a kid growing up in East LA. I used to skate on the streets. Mexicans come and look at me like perverts. And I know, a hardworking Mexican, you respect them. And sick fuck Mexican, and that's the ones you want to look out for, and trying to. It's all, like I said, it's very complicated. But once again, the Mexicans that do it right. If you're an immigrant here, you do it right. You do it by the book. You do it legally, and that's the way it is. And the thing about closing the borders and building the wall is because look what's happening. All the bombing. Maybe 20 years ago, it was fine. Come in here, whatever, do what you want. But now it's more riskier than that. You got cartels coming in, drug running. You got all the people from ISIS, all the immigrants coming in. Down south, they come from South America. They work their way up to the Panama Canal. They go through Mexico, and then that's it. They're here. And then whatever happened in Nice, whatever happened in Brussels, whatever happened in Germany, or like all those places, the airports in Turkey and Istanbul. All the bombing, that's what we don't want. That's common sense thinking. Like, if we let these immigrants here, then what's going to happen? Am I going to be afraid to take me and my daughters to Disneyland, knowing that someone's going to blow it up? The threat is real. It's a very possible. It's what is it? Brave New World now. The saying, the old. That's my mentality, and that's I used to be a Rand Paul supporter. He was more of independent type thinking, more right. His father was Ron Paul. He's a libertarian. He quit the Republican Party. But once Rand Paul quit, because he knew Trump was going to win, he was very populist. That's my insight on that, because a lot of things that Trump says I don't agree with, but some of the things I do. And the way Hillary is, lying, the crookedness, the emails, the Benghazi, she has too much stuff on her. I wouldn't trust her. In the end, it's Trump or no one else. And his rhetoric, how he's coming out, that's how I see it. Okay. And like I said, I'm not the only one. There's other Mexican families. Like I said, a Mexican lady told me that, me and my son are voting for Trump, but they don't want to say it because, like I said, it's a silent majority. Wow. That's the reality of it.
That's crazy, man. I mean, so you as a Mexican American, you will vote for this white man who said that a Mexican American judge could not fulfill the obligations of his duty as a federal judge because he was a Mexican.
It goes deeper than that. That guy has ties to an organization called La Raza. They're all Democratic. They're paid by billionaires. They're funded by billionaires to go out and protest. It's all politics in the end. It's all about money. In the end, it's money, 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 money. You pay them, they're going to do whatever their orders are or whatever's on the agenda.
Okay, so why didn't he bring that up, though? He didn't bring that up, though. He brought up his race as a Mexican. That's what he said. He said he's not capable of doing his job because he's a Mexican. He didn't say anything about La Raza. He brought up his race. Do you not feel any kind of way about that?
I don't, because in the end, if you go, it's like when the saying, follow the paper trail, you see what's really behind it. All these are just talking points. All these are just to incite the crowd, get them angry and all that. Yeah, he did say, some things I said, I don't agree with him. Sometimes he says stupid stuff with incompetence. Maybe it's a spur of the moment, maybe it's out of anger. But in the end, follow the paper trail and you lead to the organizations behind it, and you lead to whatever the money that's given in that the organization is getting from, and it's all the billionaires like George Soros. He's a big funder of La Raza and many other organizations that were part of Stop the Trump movement or No Trump or Never Trump, whatever that was. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you something. Do you speak Spanish?
Sí, señor, mucho.
Okay. Because I noticed that a lot of Mexicans who don't speak Spanish, they tend to be a lot more conservative than the ones that do. So it's really interesting to say that you speak Spanish, but you have conservative leanings.
I do. And for the most part, like I said, a lot of these Mexicans, they're very ignorant, and their parents teach them. Some of these Mexicans, they have the poverty, and they get into the barrio, because that's where they find their family. Once again, poverty, drugs, the lack of education, the lack of love, the lack of a good foundation, a good structure. Without that, then that's when the chaos begins. That's my perspective on that.
All right, appreciate the call.
I know it probably took a lot of time, man. Much love. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm always hearing you every day, Monday to Friday.
All right, appreciate it, man.
One love.
All right. Peace. See, my thing is, I can agree to disagree. I can agree to disagree. That's his point of view. I can agree to disagree. If Donald Trump, if I was a Mexican of Mexican heritage, and Donald Trump said something insulting about another Mexican, I can't fuck with you, because that person could be me. That could be my father. That could be my brother. And that gives you insight, like, okay, this guy, he's got some racist ideology in him, man. got some of that you know. I can't fuck with you on that. I can't fuck with you, man. I couldn't believe what this guy was saying. Here's a Mexican American on the phone with me just now, and he's telling, like, he's cool with deporting all these Mexicans. If they are criminals, if you're a criminal, you should be and you're committing crimes, yes, you should be deported. But if you're the woman who, works at Best Western at the front desk, you came here illegally. You're 26 years old now. Your parents brought you in here when you were 6 or 7. I don't think you should be deported. You've been working a regular job under the table. You shouldn't be deported. You know? Man, my thing is, like, the people who are telling you're illegal, you should go away, you are descended from illegal people. Come on, man. You didn't come here with permission. Show me the permission you got from the Native American. I want to see the permission slip. Let's keep it 100, man. No, I'm not saying everybody has to leave, because not everybody's asking people to leave. The only people asking people to leave are people who are illegals themselves. Donald Trump, come on, man. His father immigrated from Germany or something, right? Where did Donald Trump's dad come from? Donald Trump father. Let's look more into Fred Trump. Fred Trump was a child to German immigrants, Elizabeth and Frederick Trump. All right, so they're letting Frederick Trump, 1869 to 1918, German-born American businessman, made his fortune operating boom town hotels, restaurants, and brothels. Okay. He later returned to Germany and married before returning to the United States. The guy was born in Germany and immigrated here. Yeah, see, he came from another country and came here. Now, he did immigrate, obviously, because he came from Germany. But let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. The people who told him to immigrate here, not what told him, but the people who gave you the papers to say you can immigrate here, they're illegal. They came here illegally. See, when history is inconvenient, that's when people want to, well, that was a long time ago. Let's keep it 100. And if we want to really keep it real, California technically is Mexico, bro. California is Mexico. If you really want to go back there, that far. And I don't know the people he was talking about, the people who are child molesters or something like that, he said. He said something about child molesters. There's a certain part of Hispanics who are child molesters. I've never heard that in my life. There's a group that they like kids. I'm going to have to do some research on that. I believe him because, he's from that culture and, but I would have to, I got to learn more about who these people are. I guess they like them young. So shout out to Zero for protecting his kids, man. United States is a nation of immigrants. We're built on we built our who we are. One, on the backs of enslaved Africans and the exploitation of people of color. Real talk. Yes, sir. There are a lot of good earnings coming out this month. Mitchell, descendants of illegal immigrants. Yes, sir. Illegal immigrants. The people who came over on the Mayflower, Mitchell, they were illegal immigrants, okay? Don't get it twisted. They didn't ask Chief Kahupawa for that slip to come here. Don't get it twisted. You got white folks talking about you're illegal, but last time I checked, white skin is not indigenous to this continent. Not exactly, because the people who allowed his family in are illegals, bro. Just because I put you in the system, but if I'm illegal and I put you in the system, it's still wrong. It's still wrong. Astro, a black man may have started slavery, but I doubt it was chattel slavery that was practiced here in the Americas, bro. In the Americas, you had chattel slavery. Google that. Slavery in Africa is not chattel slavery, sir. Slavery in ancient Africa, they didn't kill people for learning. All right? You were not beaten for learning, sir. You were not beaten for learning. Okay? You were not killed for learning how to read. The ancient Egyptians, they taught their slaves. They allowed their slaves to be some of the greatest architects ever. Facts, homie. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You got to understand the white race as a people is less than 10,000 years old, bro. They don't talk about that. Google it. It's an inconvenient truth, man. It's a very inconvenient truth. They're saying the white race could be less than 10,000 years old. You said white people are the reason we live in America? All right, and Mitchell, are we better off, sir? Are we better off? We don't know what could have been. We don't know what could have been. I guarantee you ancient Egypt was better than this. I guarantee you ancient Egypt was better than this. I doubt you had race soldiers out here massacring people at no will, you know, with little disregard for the law. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I've seen those Olmec heads, David. Those are black people. We know that. The Olmec heads. The Olmec heads. Those are black people, man. You can go look at the Olmec heads. Just clearly, this is a black man. Let me post that up here. Because I want somebody to show me a white man that looks like this. Or a Hispanic. Show me anybody who looks like this. That's a black man. You can't tell me that's not a black man. That is clearly a black man. And they date back to 900 BC. Let me say that again. 900 years before Christ. Some of them are dated as early as pre-classic. That's 1,000 to 1,500 years before the, wow, incredible, the birth of Christ. Real shit. Then you probably have black in your family. That's why. But white people do not traditionally have lips like that, sir. White people, that's not typically a white trait. That's not typically a white trait. Those lips, that nose especially. If you're white and you have lips like that, that's not considered beautiful within your ethnic group. Let's be honest, sir. Let's be honest, sir. Let's be honest. Oh, Ken, you're funny, bro. Yeah. They got the space helmets and everything, man. Swagged out 900 years before Christ, bro. These folks will DNA test damn near everything, but they won't DNA test the Egyptians. You notice that? They won't DNA test the Egyptians. And then the one DNA test they said they did, it comes out to be a fake. DNA test those Egyptians, man. Why don't they want to do that? They don't want to DNA test those corpses, man. Because they know those are black people, bro. Those are black Africans. They know those are black people. Those are black people. Yeah, but you got to understand is that you've got a lot of white supremacists who they don't like to credit Egypt to Africa. They like to believe that Egypt was somehow like not a part of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Even though the Egyptians ironically always painted themselves black, sometimes purple to represent the darkest black they could find. But you've got a lot of white supremacists who like to say that, you know, Egypt is somehow not Africa. As if white people somehow traveled from Europe into Egypt, made Egypt what it is, but didn't go back to Europe to make it what it was. And Jerry, what was Egypt before the Arab invasions, sir? What was Egypt before the Arab invasions? Again, let's not be dishonest because we you know, I understand, you know, I know some of you guys like the stocks and all that stuff, but many of you do practice white supremacy in here. It's cool. Oh, because that nose has African features. It had Africanoid features. These if you look at like the heads of the statue I just showed you, they tried to cut off the noses of those. But they found so many of them, they just couldn't keep doing it. Sir, Persians invaded Egypt, sir. Persians invaded Egypt. Who was there before the Persians, Jerry? So y'all think I'm just into this stock shit. I will school you. Who was there before the Persians, sir? You got to understand, they will go to the bottom of hell before they say black people were there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You got to understand, the Persians came in. They came into Egypt. They went all across Tunisia and all of them. And they used the descendants of their black slaves, the descendants of their black slaves. By then, they were called Moors. And they took them into Europe and they conquered Europe. And they conquered Europe. And by then, the Persians weren't necessarily Persians anymore. They were black as meat. The Persians who were so-called Persians in that time, they were black as meat. They had already mixed into the people. Obviously, over generations, you know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all, man, look, there were kings in the Middle East. There were kings in Africa. There were kings in Asia that would shit over Alexander the Great. They would wipe his whole army out. But you've got to understand that Western civilization likes to they like to, what's the word for it? But they like to over exaggerate the lives of white military um, generals and leaders. You've got people in China that took over 10 times the land that Alexander the Great did. I mean, they came to war with hundreds of thousands of troops. They would have shit on Alexander the Great. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You've got to understand that the whole Genghis Khan thing, that's relatively recent that they've given this man his due. Because Western civilization, really didn't want to give that man his due. They don't really like to give, again, people who are not part of Western civilization, which is another word for white supremacy. They don't want to give that their credit. Yeah, it's Mongolian. It's not Chinese, but the Mongolians took over the Chinese, though. The Mongolians did control the Chinese. And environment. Everyone traveled through ancient Egypt, including. Oh yeah, man. You can Google again. I talked about it earlier. The Library of Alexandria. That was the greatest library the world has ever seen. Never seen anything like it since. People traveled from all over the world to go there to study. It's called the Library of Alexandria, man. Anything you wanted to know, it was there. Anything you wanted to know was there. Anything you wanted to know was there. And it was burned by white supremacists. It was burned down by white supremacists. Yeah, it was burned down by white supremacists. You can read it, right? I mean, it says it right there. The Romans burned it down. They were burning down houses all over the place. And the library caught fire and it burned down. Yes, sir. That's the truth, man. You gotta understand the system we call white supremacy has been practiced for years, hundreds of years. It's just recently that we put a name on it and we're really starting to figure it out and break it down. Oh yeah, I got all of them. I got all of them. I got all of them. I got all those DVDs. They're good stuff. Not no problem, pimping. I'm learning from everybody. I don't know it all. But I have the opportunity to learn and to study because I don't depend on a white man for my income. That's why we got a lot of brothers out here struggling, a lot of sisters out here struggling, not mentally aware because we too busy trying to survive working for the white man. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. Not racist, just being honest. We got a lot of our brothers and sisters still on the plantation, man. Yep, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's very true. That's very true, Ken. Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was all about jealousy, economic jealousy. That's all. That's basically what it was. Economic jealousy. You know, economic jealousy. That's all it was. But we had several different Black Wall Streets, though. I mean, I know that one was called Black Wall Street, but we had several Black Wall Streets. There were several communities, like the one I specifically came down here to Durham, North Carolina, because this, I already mentioned it, as you can see here. Let me show you guys this one. This was a Black Wall Street back in the day. This was a Black Wall Street back in the day. So I wanted to tap into that spirit that was here, man. I wanted to tap into that spirit that was here. You got the largest population of free Black people was right here in Durham, North Carolina. A lot of people don't know that. The largest population of free Black people behind the Mason-Dixon line was right here. You got a lot of free Black people right here. Real talk. Yeah. So you had a lot of those down here, man. You had a lot of those down here. Yeah, you had a lot of Black Wall Streets out here, man. Yeah, North Carolina, I wanted to tap into that prophetic fire that's down here, man. You got a lot of, you got 3 Black universities within a 90-mile radius. You got Shaw. You got North Carolina A&T. Then you got North Carolina A&M. You've got a lot of very educated, smart African American people who descend from a long line of, social justice warriors, first of many, man, right here in North Carolina. You got a lot of old Black money around here too. You got some of the boule types down here too. You got some of the boule types, but most of them are dying off. Most of them are dying off. But you got a lot of old black money too. You said we're not affirmative action doesn't benefit black people. Mitchell, affirmative action does not benefit black people. Can you please tell me how affirmative action benefits black people? I would really love to know how affirmative action benefits black people. The biggest beneficiary to affirmative action is white women. You know that, right? Yes. Muthi, FAC is a stock. It doesn't go down every day, sir or ma'am. It's a stock. It'll go up. It'll go down. Affirmative action does not help black people at all. Affirmative action, the biggest beneficiary of affirmative action is white women. Because I would please love to know the black men or black women who are out here benefiting from affirmative action. You know, that's absolutely not true, sir. That's absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. When you have a class of 400 lawsuit students and 6 of them are black, that's not progress, sir. That's not progress. Affirmative action does not make it easier. Absolutely not. That right there is the biggest lie ever. That affirmative action helps. No. Absolutely not true. Affirmative action helps one person, and that's white women. Period. They'll find 1 or 2 token black people to put and say, hey, look, we've got these 2 black people here, tokens. But for the most part, they're not giving opportunities to black people. Real affirmative action would be to set up a law school or a medical school specifically to educate, train black people. That would be affirmative action. But affirmative action that says, oh, we'll take 1 or 2, the best of the best, make them commit to not helping other black people, that doesn't help anybody. That's absolutely not true, Mitchell. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. The same back, that's absolutely not true. Yeah, Mitchell is reading, you know, he's obviously been watching a lot of that Fox News, so he watches a lot of Fox News. He's reading right off the cue cards of the suspected white supremacists, so. It's absolutely not true. These colleges are running a plantation, making billions off black people, black men every year, making billions off black men every year to score touchdowns and dunk basketballs. But when it comes down to providing an education to black people, they'll let 3 or 4 in and call it progress. Get the fuck out of here, man. And when these black men turn around and say we'd like to be paid for what we do, then you have a problem with it. Or when these black men want to protest a killing, you have a problem with it. But when they're running up and down the football field, running up and down the basketball court, go, nigga, go. Fuck out of here. Just exploiting, every 4 years, exploiting a new group of poor black men and women to put on these uniforms and make billions of dollars for white supremacists. That's what they're doing. Make billions of dollars to educate the next generation of white people to graduate and practice white supremacy on the job. That's all they're doing. Many of these black athletes are the grease that keeps white supremacy going, man. These universities have made billions of dollars on these black athletes. And they don't share it anywhere, a dime, with the communities from where these children come from. Go look at that LSU roster, that Florida State roster, some of those kids come from some of the poorest neighborhoods in America, man. If you Google some of the towns these kids are from, you'll find them with 19,000 a year incomes, man. It's crazy how poor some of these kids come. These boys are poor, man. No, I'm not bitter at all. I'm not bitter at all. I'm not bitter at all. I'm just speaking the truth, not bitter. What is there to be bitter about? Not bitter. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm very happy, sir. I can talk like this because a white man don't pay me. That's why I can talk like this. And I've said it 1,000 times. I'll rather be a $50,000 a year penny stock trader than to sit in an office and buck dance for 80, 120, 200,000 a year. I enjoy my freedom. I enjoy waking up in the morning and loving what I do and not having to take the tone out of my voice so people don't think I'm dangerous in the workplace or people don't think I'm being aggressive. I'm good, bro. Not bitter about anything. That's why I started this channel, because I want to get other brothers to learn about finance and money. You might not be a full-time day trader. That's fine. But at least build something for your kids. Leave something for your kids. Get a life insurance policy and get a trading account. Give them a skill you never got a chance to get. It said your sister-in-law sued her school district. They were undereducated. Yeah, man. Black children are miseducated like crazy, man. It's a business to miseducate black children. It's a business. Inner city schools get some of the highest per pupil funding anywhere. But they produce the kids with the lowest quality scores. Why? Because the system of white supremacy, one, doesn't actually want to produce smart, educated black children. But two, you have a lot of businesses that make money off that funding. The cafeteria has to be supplied with food and staff. You've got a lot of local city contracts. Many of them do not go to black business people. So you've got a system of exploitation where these poor black children are, being victimized. You can learn about finance. Nobody's stopping you from learning about finance, Mitchell. But I can almost guarantee you were exposed to finance a lot earlier than a child that's living out here in the ghettos of America. I can show you some high schools right now. We ask, hey, what is a stock? They'll look at you like you're crazy. Because they don't teach finance in those schools. Do you honestly believe that the American inner city high school right now is teaching black children for 4 years to learn how to compete and succeed in America? Be honest. But I can take you to the suburbs. I can take you to some really good white neighborhoods, and I can show you some schools that are teaching predominantly white children computer science, coding. They are teaching them for 4 years how to succeed and thrive in America. Yes, stocks and heels, you're right. It starts at home. It starts at home. But at the same time, I'm not going to allow systematic institutional discrimination to get off the hook and blame miseducated black men and women. I can blame some of these older black men who know better, because once you get to 20, 23, 24, now you know better. You know, shit, I was miseducated. I went to a really shitty school. Now, hey, there's a free library over there. I better get my ass over there. And I need to read. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to blame 16, 17-year-old children for the fact that they've been miseducated. Yes, James, black children look up more to rappers because people in the dominant society make rappers our celebrities, sir. They make rappers the black kid celebrities. They don't make our celebrities be the people, the doctors and lawyers in our community. And many of the doctors and lawyers in our communities, many of them are coons. So they don't even like their own people, bro. Yeah, some people want to live in denial. That's fine. Some people want to live in denial, but it's all good. Some people want to live in denial. It's all good. I'm good. I'm a free black man. I can talk the way I want to talk because I'm a free black man. I can show my face and talk about what I want to say and say what I want to say because I'm a free black man. I make the money the way I want. I'm not beholden to anybody. Been on this for 5 years straight. When you're a free black man, you can talk and do as you please. But when you're not, you have to bend and be beholden to the ideas and beliefs of people in a dominant society. I don't have to. I can have my own opinions, whether you like it or not. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I have people who want to be fucking my money up. Oh, some of the stuff that I used to post on Twitter. Woo! Where do you work? We're gonna get you fired. Oh, please try. Please try. Look, search. I want to find a one white man who says he does anything for me. Please. Please. You said, why can't Trump has his own opinions? Trump does have his own opinion. I never said Trump couldn't have his own opinions. I never said that. I just don't agree with his opinions. I've never said he couldn't have his own opinions. I never said that. I've never said that. You said the government is my boss. Yes, I'm a victim of white supremacy. You're absolutely right. I'm a victim of white supremacy. And I appreciate the $400, Bill. Thank you. Mitchell. Because it's hypocritical. That's why, Mitchell. Oh my God. Are you serious? Please don't use the president is black thing. Oh my God. Obama's black, so all racism is over. Obama's black, so all racism is over. All racism in America is over, guys. Obama's black. As if in the 400, the 600 years now that black people have been on this continent, Obama was the first black person just good enough to become president. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, but that's why Michael Jordan doesn't speak on black issues. And when he does, it's because he's forced to. He's a victim as well. He can't speak on it, or they'll take everything from him. Michael Jordan recently wrote a quote unquote letter, which doesn't definitely look like it was written by a black man. And what did he do? He gave $1 million to the victims, and he gave $1 million to the police. Okay. Okay. Obama has done nothing to help black people at all. Obama has done nothing to help black people. Obama's a puppet, bro. Obama doesn't help black people. So Obama is not black. Well, because we've created a system, not us, not me per se, but black African Americans are funneled to voting for a certain political party because we're under the impression that this party will do something for us when they won't, and they never have. And you have parties like the Republican Party that try to say, well, black people should vote conservative. And the first thing they point to is the fact that the Republicans, quote unquote, freed the slaves. And that was basically the only thing they did for black people. Quote unquote, party of Lincoln. That's the only thing they can point to. That's practically the only thing Republicans think is something they did in 1865. After that, they've done everything possible to harm or stop the progress. Well, because, sir, I mean, if those companies went broke, millions of people would be out of a job. You would have had the depression, sir. You would have had a depression. Millions of people would have been out of work. And the bailout was basically an artificial way to sustain the economy. Of course. They freed the slaves and gave them nothing. They gave them nothing. Freed the slaves and gave them nothing. And every time the slaves came together and built something, white supremacists would destroy it. And then once black communities have gotten to a point where they had something substantial, right? They created Jim Crow laws to prevent people of color from exercising their quote unquote constitutional rights. Yeah, cash for clunkers kept, people working, man. Without that program, thousands of people would have been out of work. Mechanics, delivery men, the companies the factories that produce these cars, the suppliers, the people who work for the suppliers, transportation. I mean, it's you couldn't let it collapse. You couldn't. Well, James, how about the 40 acres and that mule that they were promised? How about that? But you've always had white people who have, gone above and beyond to do something to help blacks, you know. You can go look up the Civil Rights Act of 1866. That was the first Civil Rights Act. But the white supremacists failed to follow through on the obligations of that Civil Rights Act, and it wasn't fully enacted and respected until 100 years later. You've got to understand, we've got black families out here who have they didn't even have bank accounts until 1968. Yes. There are some black families, they didn't have bank accounts until the 1960s. A lot of people don't even realize that. African Americans would pay higher interest rates on car loans, on home loans, till today. We just had Wells Fargo pay out a couple $1 billion in legal fees because they got caught charging people of color higher interest rates than white people. So we still have played with institutional slavery, institutional racism out here. Of course, James, if we had a collapse, James, the people who would suffer the most would be people of color. It would be people of color. Because in a situation like that, 9 times out of 10, the white supremacists or the people who practice white supremacy will go out of their way to make sure that, it's people like us that will be, nine times in won't be protected. We won't have access to weaponry to protect ourselves unless we already have it. And because, no black man owns a bullet factory or a gun factory, we would be at the whim of, people who want to do harm to people of color. Yes, a lot of black people do have poor credit because, again, black people are not given access to the same jobs that white people are given access to. Go look up the average salary for a white man who graduates with a high school diploma, and then go look at the average salary of a black man with a high school diploma. How can you maintain good credit when you're only making that much money? Yes, if your sheriff approves you, that's correct, sir. Your sheriff does have to say yes. You don't just get the gun and walk out. You actually do have to have approval by your sheriff. Right? That's why you go to the sheriff's office to apply for a gun permit. Black people who have guns are not treated the same way as white people who have guns. We just had a situation in Minnesota where we had a legal black gun owner killed by police because he owned a gun. That's literally the reason for killing him. They said because he owned a gun. You don't need a gun permit? Are you serious? So you're saying that a black man can walk into a store and buy a gun and walk out without a permit? Kill yourself, man. Are you serious? Nope, he was inside of his car. Inside of his car. You can Google the story. What's the brother's name again? I forgot his name. You don't need a gun permit, but dude, I don't know where you live. Philando Castile. That's it. Philando Castile. You don't need a gun permit to own a gun. I don't know where you live, but I would never carry a gun without a permit. Yeah, that man was a legal, licensed gun owner. Did not have a single thing on his record. They can't come up with anything to make him look bad. That's why they just stopped talking about it. They can't come up with anything. He didn't have any records. He didn't have anything. They couldn't. So they just stopped talking about it. If you're going to open carry, there's several states. Open carry is the most dangerous thing a person of color could probably do, sir. Unless he's with a gang of people. But if you're by yourself, walking around with you know, an AR-15, we've already seen that they can kill you or execute you, because that's basically what they're doing. They're executing black people. No, absolutely. Concealed carry. I think I would conceal carry. I probably would conceal carry, but I prefer just a shotgun in my house. That's fine with me. Concealed carry. I don't know. I couldn't see myself carrying around a gun everywhere. Manish, that's ask me on Monday, bro. It's Friday night. I'm relaxing, chilling. Well, Saturday morning now. Saturday morning now. Yeah, but I mean, it could be a pistol too. But a person of color walking around with a pistol in their hand, it has been shown that, you know, they are considered a threat. And police officers have been given the go-ahead by people in a dominant society to kill and execute black people who are simply practicing their constitutional rights. Damn, LK Ra. Yeah, I'm about to get off in a bit. Yeah, today is Friday. It's our anything goes day, so the market's closed tomorrow. We just chilling. We just chilling. This is nothing for me, man. I get off the show and I go back to watching DVDs and studying and doing what I got to do to, you know, making the rest of my life the best of my life. I know, right? I'm over here doing overtime. That's funny. Well, I'm going to be running a promotion for Monday, so Monday is going to be that focus is going to be my promo. I'll let you guys know, I think Sunday. Nope, I only trade, man. This is all I got going for myself. It's all I want going for myself. The only reason I became a trader is because I didn't have any other opportunities. I fell into this. This is not something that you know, I came to because I had a bunch of money and I wanted to figure out how to blow it. I had nothing, bro. I had nothing else to do. I had nothing else going for myself. Good night, Stocking Heels. I'm about to be out here myself. I'm about to be out of here myself. Thank you for staying up with us. That's the best life you can ever have, is not working for somebody else. The only thing about, working for yourself, as always, is that, as an entrepreneur, your months, some months you have great months, $10,000, $15,000 months, $25,000 months when I'm doing a promo or something like that, and then my trades are going well. You might bring in 20,000 a month, 22,000 a month. And then the next month your trades aren't doing so well. You only got one or two promos, so it's like a 7,000 month. So, but I'd rather deal with that than, a bullshit job any day. Any day. I'm only in typically 2 or 3 stocks at a time. 2 or 3 stocks a day. Oh, thank you, Stocks and Heels. Yeah, typically I only focus on 2 or 3 stocks, 4 stocks at most. We talk about a lot of stocks in here, but I'm going into the week with maybe 4 stocks that I'm looking at. The rest are on my watch list, and if they're doing amazing, I'll watch, and I'll be impressed, and I come in that night and be like, hey, that stock was up, guys. But it's not my trade. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do any research on those plays. So I'm not going to jump in a stock. It's not my play. Unless I know that the odds are favorable for me, I might jump in. But other than that, it's not my play. So, yeah, Stocks and Heels, it'll be something that I'll definitely do down the road. Yeah. That'll definitely be something, especially once I cross like 10,000 subscribers. Yeah, I would love to put something on like that. That'd be great. Yeah, I like the idea of Vegas. But we'll see. It'll have to be somewhere where, as black people will be respected too. Because it's going to be predominantly mostly people of color. Don't get me wrong. I know we got some white people in here, but I got to make sure everybody's going to get the respect they deserve. You say you're coming to Durham to meet me? Girl, you're going to get me in trouble. You say you have some family there? Okay. Vegas. LK, you 2K a month. Yeah, LK. You said bring her too. LK Rob, bro, you could make 2,000 a month, bro. You can make 2,000 a month. A lot of people don't know, you're living in a click economy now, man. The world's changed. There are people who make 2,000 a month just posting on Twitter. Do you know that you can have people pay you to post on Twitter? You can make that posting on Twitter, bro. 2,000 a month, $2,000. You can be a Twitter poster. You can be somebody who posts shit on Craigslist all day. You can be somebody who writes articles. You can make 2,000 a month, man. sitting right in front of the computer, man. Yeah, you can do that. 2,000 a month? Come on, you can do that. Yeah, ULTR was nice. That was almost 100% gain. Ooh, that was almost 100% gain. 2,000 a month. Go to freestockpicks.org and click join my newsletter. ULTR, I mean, it's a legit company. ULTR can very much be another tops. ULTR can be another tops if they deliver some like solid financial plan showing the opportunity for profitability. They can do that. They can very much do that. I mean, they got legit operations, man. Because I'm, I promote stocks and, I do my own thing. But if I didn't have this going on and I just wanted to find a reason to quit my job, I can start a hustle posting things for other entrepreneurs, doing call center work. Maybe on, there's a bunch of call center things that will pay you to sit in front of a computer and take calls from home. There are a whole bunch of things you can do at home, man. Make $2,000. $2,000, you can do that. You know how many programs out here you can take calls from your house, doing customer service from your pajamas? What's that school? Gosh, what's the name of that online school? If there's an online school, what's the name of it? I forgot. I forgot what it's called. But their staff, their staff when you call up, they're people from home. Those are people from home. Oh, stocks and heels. I do that before. I do that beforehand. I do that beforehand. It's so funny. I do that beforehand. Yeah, and I eat once a day. I eat once a day. And I typically don't drink a lot of water before my show. I typically don't drink a lot of water before my show. But afterwards, I'll go on a binge. Like right now, I'll go on a binge. I'll go on a deep binge. Yes, sir. I eat once a day. I eat one time a day, sir. That's why my skin glows. MKX, you finished purging? Yes, sir. I only eat once a day, man. I'm all about eating. Hell no. No, definitely none of that KFC shit. No KFC. I do not, none of that stuff, man. I don't eat none of that junk stuff. He said KFC. And V said $5 box. No, sir, I don't do none of that stuff. I'll be in my I have a juicer. I do a lot of juicing. I need to get off some of my meats though. I eat farmers market meat, which is good and bad because it's somehow, you know, I do a lot of juicing. I do a lot of like I said, meats. I'm gonna slow down on that though. I'm slowing down on that. But I do a lot of juicing now. Oh, biscuits. Oh, ugh. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, stocks. We gonna stop that beef stuff. I'm gonna stop beef. Like I said, I'm moving to chicken now. I'm moving to chicken. Yeah, KFC is poison, man. You can't tell me that KFC got real chicken. Yeah, I'm a big believer in juicing, man. Like I started juicing. I started juicing December, and I bought the Ninja. I bought it off Craigslist. Barely used, man. Barely used at all. Guy like used it like 3 times. Look, I mean, he had the box and everything. And I started juicing, man. I automatically feel so much better. I started feeling so much better, man. Just my energy, like reading and, you know, just my daily energy just felt much better when I was juicing and when I still juice and when I juice. Yeah, man. And I like to mix a lot of stuff. Like I'll you know, grapes and pineapple. I just mix everything. Mango, and then maybe to top it off, you know, I just mix everything. I don't have no like, you know, recipe, man. I just dump it all in there, and it makes you feel so good. Your bowel movements are much more just light and simple. The energy, man, just the feeling of energy, you're just more alert. You can feel that when you juice for like a week, you just feel so much like you wake up in the morning and you're more alert. It's not a groggy wake up, you know what I'm saying? You know, beet, okay. Beet, kale, okay, kale, beet and kale, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna do all that. But yeah, you can get those Ninja blenders. You can get those Ninja blenders. You can find them on eBay or you know, find a good one on Craigslist. I'm a big fan of Craigslist, by the way. There's so many good stuff, you know, and I never go to nobody's house or anything. I always meet people at the police station. Meet my ass at the police station. If you really trying to sell your shit, meet me at the police station, my motherfucker. Yeah. They got cameras over there. Yeah, you got a lot of police stations now. They got like drop off zones and stuff like that where you can like do trades and stuff. Yeah, man. I would just meet me at a police station or whatever. And if somebody doesn't want to meet you at a police station, you already know that's a shady ass motherfucker. You can't say no to that. I mean, you can't say no to that. All right, sir, look, I'm going to text you the address to a police station. for my safety and yours, I'd like for us to do the transaction over there. Is that okay? If they say no to that, I mean, it's not worth buying because it's not worth your life. You say you just load a shotgun. That's funny. You know? Yeah, you know, because 9 times out of 10, the person that I'm going to meet is not a person of color. It's a white person. So I'm doing it for your safety and mine. I'm not trying to have you overreact, you know. Well, yeah, LK Rob, you got to remember, I live in a predominantly black city, though. The police officers where I'm from are black. The police officers where I'm at, many of them are black. Yeah. So when I see, that's the thing about when you live in a predominantly black area, the police officers, you know, again, this was Black Wall Street. So we got a black mayor, we got a, you know, so we you know, got a black female police chief from Atlanta. She just came here damn near a month ago. So, you know, when I see the cops over here, you know, we give them dap over here. We give them that head nod, like, what's good? You know, I'm not afraid of the police over here. Yeah, it's got to have cameras, though, man. You got to be in an area where there's a lot of cameras. Like I said, a police station is always, you know, if they say no to a police station, man, come on. Who says no to that? You trying to make the deal happen. You trying to get paid or not? Mitchell, not enough. I mean, right now, I think I'm sending an email like once every like 2.5 weeks. I don't know. I don't like to spam. You know what I mean? If I got something really I want to say, then, you know, but I'm going to send out an email this weekend, though. I am sending out an email this weekend. Peace out, LK Rob. Yeah, I'm going to call it a night myself. So I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so much. We've talked about a lot. This has been a long-ass video. I don't know how long it's going to take YouTube to upload this. Yeah, but I appreciate you guys for being here. You guys know Friday's the chill day, so shout out to everybody in the chat room. James Riley. Looks like he stuck around. I thought he was gonna he was threatening me that he was gonna leave. Stocks and Heels, Miss Petaway. Okay, good night. Stocks and Heels. The lady stayed up late. I appreciate that, ladies. I appreciate that. Mitchell Jeffries, thank you for participating. V. King Musa, Astro, everybody in the chat room, everybody who's watching, LK Rao, everybody, appreciate that. Travi, Cisco, Quest for Knowledge. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Deuces.